Good morning, friends, family, and neighbors. Before we open the polls, I would like to invite you to join in the Pledge of Allegiance, and Bob Litchfield has agreed to lead us. Bob, good boy.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The polls are now open, and be sure to give your first and last name to the poll workers so they can make sure that you're marked in correctly. Kim?
Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me okay? No? Chris, could you help me move the mic? David had said it should be over here so it can be, yeah. Thank you. Yes. Is that better? Is that good? Okay. Well, welcome everybody. I am Kim Friedman. I live in South Newfane, and I have the honor of being Newfane's town moderator again. Thank you. Very kind. I'd like to recognize people who have lived in one of the three towns, South Newfane, Williamsville, or Newfane, and have not been to town meeting before. We'd like to welcome you. Welcome, welcome. We're happy you're here. Would you care to share your name and where you live, or would you prefer not to be put on the spot?
Ron Speaker, and I live on the road. I moved here in June from Seattle. While my wife is still getting breakfast at the grocery store.
Did you say Ron Siegel?
Ron Speaker.
Seeger. Great, welcome. And is there anyone here who is new to Newfane, South Newfane, or Williamsville? And
I kind of am. I grew up here, but I was away for about 20 years. I'm Tessa Anderson, so it's really good to be back.
proud Leland and Gray graduate, yes. I'd like to start off also by thanking the Selectboard. It takes a lot of work to get to today between the budget, the town report, polling. So if the Selectboard could first introduce themselves, and then if you could join me in a moment of recognition.
Good morning, I'm Katie Johnson-Ashton. I am a lifelong resident of South Newfane.
Marion Downing, Newfane, in the village. Christopher Cleverly, Williamsville.
You can't hear.
Christopher Cleverly, Williamsville.
And could the town clerk please introduce herself?
Juanetta Powley.
And the town treasurer.
Melissa Brown.
Even though Wi-Fi or cell service isn't very good in this neck of the woods, if you could please make sure that your phone is silenced, that would be great. Thank you. I know that there's a restroom right out these doors to the right before you leave the building. Where are the restrooms downstairs? There are only two back here. Okay. I know we'll make it work. The town report. Where are the extra down? Okay. The town report and other information are available up front. Feel free at any time to come up and get one. I do find it easier to follow town meeting if you do have a town report in your hand. So if you don't have one, feel free to come up and get one. My sister, and I love my sister dearly, we agree on almost nothing politically. And we decided in 2017 that we were going to start what we called the practice of politics, which is practicing listening to each other attentively, being curious, and being respectful. And we've had many wonderful conversations as a result of that. So I'm mentioning that because I think of town meeting as a practice of politics as well. I'd like to call your attention to a few Robert's Rules of Order that are on page 4 of your annual report. It's called Town Meeting Guide Sheet. And thank you to Juanetta for including this. I'm not going to go through every bullet, but I did want to call your attention to a few things. And I'm not, by focusing on these, I'm not inadvertently suggesting anything. It's just places where sometimes as a body we can stumble. If you want to end debate, you call the question, and that requires a second, and it's one of the few decisions that requires a 2/3 vote. Members can only speak twice on any particular motion or amendment, and you can only speak for a second time after everyone who wanted to say something has had a chance to speak first. I know it can feel kind of contrived, but all questions and comments do need to be directed to the moderator. This is not my preference. This is Robert's Rules of Order, and it's a way of maintaining order during the conversation in town meeting. Motions need to be moved and seconded. So if you say, I move that, someone else needs to second that, and then I need to restate it prior to consideration and debate. Now, this is one place that can get very confusing in town meetings, so I want to make it really as clear as I can. A motion can only be amended twice at one time. There can only be 2 pending amendments. So, for example, let's say one of you proposes let's say the motion is to, and this is an example I used at the Selectboard meeting last night, make it impossible to have a horse in any of our 3 towns, a horse. And then someone wants to amend that and add cats to it. And then someone wants to amend that and add gerbils to it. And then someone wants to add parakeets to it. Well, we can go as far as cats and dogs, but we can't go to parakeets. We have to vote on the main motion and dogs and cats before we can talk about parakeets. So if you're offering the 3rd amendment on a motion, I just will ask in advance for your patience. I'll get back to you, but there has to be a vote on the amended motion first. Is that as clear as mud? Did that help at all? Okay, I'll walk you through it when we get there too. If, Winetta corrected me, if we get there. She's an optimist. If a voice vote seems inconclusive, anyone can call for what's called a division of the House, in which case people stand in order to be counted. Stand as a yes or stand as a no, an aye or a nay. If someone wants a paper ballot, there must be 7 or more voters who request one. So it can't just be one person saying, I want a paper ballot. And if you have an objection about anything, that objection needs to be stated before discussion begins. So you have to pop up right up from your chair. So those are just some basic reminders, and I know that we will all move through the meeting smoothly. That said, even though I am very familiar with Robert's Rules of Order through my work on the school board and helping other boards use not Robert's Rules of Order. I think you have all seen, you've all seen the book. Even the most seasoned town moderators will tell you that there's always something that trips them up. So if that's the case, I have my book, I have my notebook. There are many good parliamentarians in the room, I know, and we'll take it one step at a time. Don't hesitate to ask questions if you are having trouble following. If it's a question about the content of the discussion, then you request a point of information. If you think that there's something I've done, if I've overlooked a Robert's Rule of Order, then you say point of order. So point of information about content, point of order about rules. If we're still going at around noon, I'm going to propose at that time that we take a recess for 15 minutes. And I wanted to let you know that Representative Long will be coming between 10 and 10:30. And at that time, I will also ask your permission to pause so that Representative Long has a chance to talk with us. So we come as neighbors and friends, and we will leave as such. If there are no objections, Sheriff, would you like a chance to say a word, knowing that you need to hit several towns? Would you like to use the mic? Or you use that one, okay.
Not a moderator, I'm not a resident. Is it okay with the body for me to speak?
Thank you. The sheriff is asking if, as a non-resident, it is possible for him to speak. And normally it would take a 2/3 vote, but because he is sheriff, there's a tradition of allowing him to speak without a vote.
Well, thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Town of Newfane. If you don't know me, my name is Mark Anderson. I am your sheriff. Well, I'm here to answer any questions you have. Any question? No. So one of the things I've been working on, and I'm happy to answer your questions, but one of the things I'm working on, I've been working with the Town of Newfane on, is what's known as our regional policing project. This has been about 4 years worth of effort to identify how do we provide better services for law enforcement resources to rural towns in Windham County. We're not focusing on towns with police departments. Why? They have a police department, and people without a police department understand the pain when you have issues occur in your community. So that's what we've been working on. Newfane, the Town of Newfane, your select board has been a wonderful partner in the conversation to bring insight and conversation. And so we put forward a bill with Senator Harrison, Senator Hashim, which was introduced in the legislature this year. It's known as S-255. What's that? S-255 is a bill that says, let's look at how governance and funding work so that we can stop duplicating governance, stop creating duplications of services, and start providing solutions to gaps. So basically, I'm trying to be more efficient with resources. We're trying to do more with less. Whatever. But that's what we've been working on. So just last week, it passed out of the Senate with a pretty significant supermajority vote. We are headed over to the House, I'm guessing in about 2 weeks, where more work will begin. I've been working with the entire Windham County delegation on this effort, and our goal is, let's do it without raising taxes. So we're trying to be very mindful of the circumstances Vermonters are in. I am the government. I'm here to help. I'm sorry. We do cost money. But at the same time, we're trying to look at it in a way that says that answers the call for service that we hear all too often from people frustrated by the issues and ills that come to your community, but we're also trying to do it in a way that is supportive. When I talk to Vermonters, I hear three primary things as problems. They want to feel safe in their homes, or usually the Vermont way is they want to not have to lock their door at night. They want to have a house that they can afford, and they want to have a job that pays them to afford the house and the things that they care about. Those are really the three themes I hear. So I'm really trying to focus on how do we provide the services that we provide to your community and try to keep it in line with those key points that I keep hearing from the community. I also want to thank Katie, who came to the State House with me probably about 3 weeks ago now. She presented testimony on behalf of the town of Newfane, and she's also been a tremendous partner working through this entire project where we're trying to bring everyone else's voices and the stakeholders together to really start threading the needle on how do I do what you want me to do, and in a way that is affordable. I am happy to answer questions. That was the project, but I'm sure there's more that you care about than just the project. Yes, sir. The question is, what is the policy of the Sheriff's Office with regards to our cooperation with ICE? So my policy is the same as every other agency in the state of Vermont that's a law enforcement agency. We all have at least the same minimum standard of a policy known as the Fair and Impartial Policing Policy. This is created by the Criminal Justice Council, which is the credentialing body for law enforcement. That's the foundation. What's the answer to your question, sir? We don't work with ICE. They provide civil immigration enforcement, which is primarily and only owned by the federal government. It's not to say that I'm not here to cast any aspersions on what they do or don't do. I have some personal opinions. I personally believe that the way that force is used by a law enforcement agency or the government is an incredibly important thing we need to consider. And I've seen some things done by the federal government that are problematic from a purely professional standpoint. We have standards, we have training, we have policies, we have professionalism. And so if I saw another profession doing something wrong, I would call that out too if I saw it. I'm seeing things done by law enforcement officers that I think is wrong. That said, to your question, we don't cooperate with ICE. We ran queries over the years when we've been asked the question. The only thing I can find is the frozen molecule of water that we've responded to motor vehicle crashes, ICE on the road. And that's what we get for responses. I also say, and some of this is sarcasm, but it's also a true statement, I don't cooperate with the federal government often because they don't show up. When I call the ATF and say we found a felon in possession of a firearm, they say just take it and we're not coming. That's the nature of rural Vermont. Like, we do not get access to the federal resources often, but we are very attuned to things that are going on nationally. I'm also, we talk with a lot of different organizations, farmers, members of the public, to say, we're not going to be the black SUVs, which I say we have black SUVs. We're not going to be the black SUVs that show up wearing masks and do all sorts of things. Like, we spend a lot of money on uniforms. I want my staff to be recognizable. There are reasons that they won't be recognizable, but that's usually for the things that we value. When we're transporting people with mental health illnesses and they are violent towards others, they're not committing crimes. I don't want to have an aspersion that they've committed a crime, where that's why they're with a law enforcement officer. But the law enforcement officer has training to help that person get to treatment and care that ambulances don't have because of the level of violence. So we're using very rare circumstances, but reasons why we might not be in uniform or we might not be in a marked vehicle. When a prisoner or a person is going through the criminal justice system and they have a trial, you are not going to see my deputies in the courtroom. They're there. But the reason that you don't see them is because we want the person to have the opportunity for innocence until proven guilty. We don't want the belief that deputies being present means that they've committed a crime or that they are guilty of the crime. They're there for different reasons, which are public safety reasons. So there are often times, and I'm happy to sit down with anyone and start talking through some of the nuance of these, but there are reasons that we look through these things, and we still want to be an organization of the community that's supportive and has your trust. And if we're losing your trust, we need to talk. So I'm always happy to come speak with you or speak with any member of the town, come to a meeting or host our own to have those conversations. We want your trust. And if we lose that, that's on us. Yes, ma'am.
Could you speak to the driver's education program that the Sheriff's Office is working with in Vermont Adult Learning and our Karen Myers from how effective you think it's been?
Sharon Anderson, could you repeat the question so everyone could hear it?
I'll be happy, and I'm sorry, Madam Moderator, I know questions are supposed to go to you, so please forgive me. The question was if I could speak to our driver's education program, and I'm going to paraphrase to a degree. The driver's education program my office runs in partnership with Karen Meyer, and in this community. So we have two programs. One is called the Enhanced Teen Driver Safety Program. We introduced this probably about 10 years ago, give or take, where we are trying to target teen drivers, new drivers, people who have never operated the physical motor vehicle before or in very limited circumstances. We provide a law enforcement officer who has many years in traffic safety experience to work alongside the driver's education programs that are at, say, Leland and Gray, but we do it throughout the county. The purpose of this is to provide teen and new drivers with access to driver simulators. So we put them behind the steering wheel and teach them the rules of the road without putting them behind 4,000 pounds of hardware that can hit something. What we saw in impact for that is a reduction in teen-related crashes from Windham County consistently over the years we've run the program. It's being lauded by the State Highway Safety Office as one of the leading programs they'd like to push statewide because it is impactful. We're taking driver's ed instructors, we're combining them with traffic safety specialists to say there's better ways to do this. It also provides youth drivers with the opportunity to talk to a law enforcement officer that says, well, I heard, or my friend got stopped for, and they can start having that non-confrontational conversation to actually learn what we're doing and why we're doing it. It wasn't that I woke up on the wrong side of the bed that day. It's that we're writing tickets for going 60 and a 30 in Newfane Village. Sorry, slow down, please. So the second part of that program, though, is then what we took when the Afghani community started immigrating to Vermont. And we said, we have a group of people who are going to be coming to Vermont who have never driven on US highways and might have never driven in their life. So we said, let's take the same program we're doing for the teens and work with that immigrant population. So we've partnered with the ECDC, that's the Ethiopian Community Development Council. Thank you. I always call it ECDC. The U.S. Department of, I believe it was State or Labor, and some other organizations to start pushing it forward. Vermont Adult Learning is a partner. We're trying to find people, and this is not like an active ask. What we were trying to do, our focus was to find people who can speak to the education side, find people who can speak in different languages, and that's a specific skill set when we're talking about educating learners from different countries. It's not just do you speak the language, but also can you teach a person in that language. So a variety of nuanced skill sets, but again, we're focused on how do we teach people to pilot a 4,000, 6,000, 8,000 pound vehicle down the roads and not hit each other. And that's what we're focusing on. So we don't have data specifically to support whether crashes have increased, decreased, done anything, because there's no statistics that we track to consider an immigrant population. We don't know who the immigrant population is from driver data. We don't want to record that information for reasons similar to your concern or question related to ICE. I don't want the government to have a database of who is or isn't. It's not my responsibility to deal with immigration enforcement, so we're not tracking the data. And if you ask me to, we're just not gonna, because there's no point.
Are there any other questions for Sheriff Anderson? Katie?
Sheriff, would you take a moment and talk about your great lead remediation program that you have going on?
Katie asked me to speak about our lead remediation program. The totally random story that the Sheriff's Office has this grant, but we applied for a grant from the U.S. Housing and Urban Development. The purpose of the grant is to enhance, basically it's to make homes safer. In other states, this would be run by a county Department of Health. It would be run by a county code enforcement organization. It could be run by towns, cities, or the state, but generally speaking, this grant is designed for counties. Why did I apply for it? Well, we don't really have county government that applies for these types of things. And one of the things I said at the beginning, people want to be safe, but they also want to have a home. We need better housing in Vermont. We need access to housing that people can afford. And oftentimes in Vermont, what we find is people have homes that were built before, really before the 1970s, when lead paint was started or became illegal. For manufacture. So what we find is a lot of houses that have lead in them. The most prone population to elevated blood levels is people under the age of 6. So we're talking about kids. I know what I was told, don't eat the paint chips, and I'm sure many of you have heard that too. It's actually ironic because it's not the paint chips getting eaten, but it's opening and closing windows and slamming doors that creates the most lead dust in homes. Now, I'm guessing most people here do have a home built before the 1970s, and if that's the case, there's a high likelihood you have lead in the home. If you're over the age of 6, you have less of a exposure to it. So the grant we applied for was to get more contractors who can do the work to remediate it and get a list of people who have homes that would qualify to have work done. That's the first grant. The second grant, which we'll likely be applying for next year, provides money to do the work. And if it follows the same guidelines as it did this year, it would be a 10% match from the property owner for you to get things like windows and door casings with lead paint replaced. So you put down $3,000, we come along with the rest of the 90% to basically pay for that work to be done. I see that as a win-win to this community. It is tax funds. It's raised by the federal government, so your nickel in that is probably, well, less than a nickel, literally. But the main point of it is how do we get Vermonters access? Historically, the state of Vermont has not supported doing lead abatement in homes because it's too expensive. It's too expensive because the state of Vermont doesn't really have county government getting the federal funds that go to counties that pay for it. So we're a little creative. We're the first sheriff's office in the country to apply for this grant. It's a running, thank you. It is a running joke with the U.S. HUD department that the sheriff applied for the grant. And when people say, well, are we doing code enforcement? No. I wouldn't even know what I'm talking about. Like, I am a law enforcement officer by trade. I know lead is bad. But we also know that elevated blood levels in youth result in higher school discipline data. So more suspensions or expulsions from schools nationwide. We also know that elevated blood levels in men will result in higher degrees of violent crime. So I can talk about public safety all day. I can talk about public health a little bit, but we're also partnering with our public health partners to say, this is good for housing, which is good for public safety, which is good for our communities, and it's good for property owners. So I see wins all the way around. I'm happy to hear any losses and certainly consider ways that we can address that. I just haven't found one yet, and nobody's writing me nasty letters about why we should stop doing this. So I'm going to keep doing it.
Thank you so much for coming by and answering our questions.
Thank you for your time. I know there's more questions. If anybody wants to reach out, you can find me at the sheriff's office. I'm happy to talk to anybody about anything. I'm headed to the next town meeting. This is my 4th, so I'm happy to come speak before a select board meeting as well. Whatever works, but thank you for your time.
For those of you who are standing in the back, if that's your preference, that's fine. If you're looking for a seat, there are a few in the middle, a few up here, and a few over on this side. Because Article 1 is decided by Australian ballot, we're going to start with Article 2. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis, due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, late charge for interest being at the rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. What is your pleasure? Is there a second? Steve Levine. Thank you for seconding. Is there any discussion on Article 2? Steve was first. Steve was Oh. Excuse me, I already have made an oversight. Winetta pointed out that unless I missed it, the motion was not moved. The motion has to be moved in order to have a second and discuss the article. So let's back up. I'm going to what? Move approval? Okay. Meaning we can proceed? Okay. Thank you, Representative Merrick. Is there discussion on Article 2? Steve, could you state your name, please?
Steve Levine. I second.
Okay, thank you. So, is there any discussion? Gloria.
Gloria Costello. I'm looking at the percentage, and I understand that a few years ago, we lowered it.
I'm sorry, could I ask you to address the moderator?
I can't even. A few years ago, we lowered this rate of the information being, the rate of late payments. And it just seems to me that what we're doing is allowing people who maybe have a lot of back taxes to have the townspeople pay it because they're not paying a bank loan. There isn't any way that if, we've got some people who maybe have $100,000 that are overdue taxes and they pay 0.5% versus if they had to take a loan to pay that, they'd be paying much higher. So I do have concern if we're making it too low, that's all.
Any further discussion on Article 2? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to vote on Article 2. Excuse me? Oh. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis, due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, late charge for interest being at the rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. A yes vote means that you approve this article. A nay vote means that you do not approve of this article and you are opposed to it. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 2 is passed. Article 3, shall the voters of the Town of Newfane authorize the Selectboard to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? What is your pleasure, meaning who would like to move the motion? Carol Hesselbach. Thank you. And a second? Could you remind me of your name? Jody French. Thank you, Jody. Is there any discussion? Okay. Oh. Okay. Hearing none, then we'll move to a vote of Article 3. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane authorize the Selectboard to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 3 passes. Article 4. shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,913,785, of which $1,497,570 shall be raised by taxes, and $363,215 by non-tax revenues, and $53,000 by general fund surplus. Is there a motion? Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Is there a second? Second. Margaret. Thank you, Margaret. Is there any discussion? Yes, Emmett. Could you state your name, please?
I'm Vidalvi Ormanthal. Could I ask about like a line item stuff? On page 17, towards the bottom, under public safety, I was curious about what the issues are.
It's difficult to hear you. Could you repeat your question using the mic? Thank you. And you could take it off the...
At the bottom of page 17, under public safety, there's a proposed roughly $36,000 for mutual aid dues, and I was curious about that.
Yeah, the mutual aid dues go to the NewBrook Fire Department, and that's for like all the radio service.
We need to have a microphone.
The mutual aid dues go to NewBrook Fire Department, and they're to help pay for all the services for their radios and dispatch. All the towns split it.
Are there any other questions or comments? Any further discussion? Emmett? Emmett Madavi?
I'm not sure if this is under the same section. On page 18, oh, wait. Yeah, I think 18 was curious about the $10,000 increase for law enforcement.
Yeah, Chris, if you could help.
Thanks. Great question. We have slowly been trying to increase the levels. Currently, our policing budget is $25,000. That affords us about 7.5 hours a week of policing from the sheriff's department specifically. And the rest of the time, all of our calls, any emergencies that you have, are going through the state police. The state police barracks is up off of sort of in between, it's in Rockingham. It's an hour for most of us, and that's problematic. That's part of what the sheriff was talking about with the regional policing idea. It's to make that more fluid so that we're not dependent completely on the state police for all of our emergency calls collectively going forward. And by increasing for the $10,000, we will afford a little bit more hours per week of time that we have the sheriff in our immediate area, and reach closer to what we will probably wind up paying long-term for more hours overall that get us closer to 40 hours or reasonable hours. We are a long way from there right now. Other town budgets are significantly higher. And so we're slowly increasing that.
I just made a note to have the select board have their own mic next year. Yes, yes. Tom, could you introduce yourself when you get to the mic?
Tom Concannon from South Newfane. I just wanted to ask a little bit of sort of point of information about the health insurance line item this year. I note that it came down relative to last year, and last year relative to the year before was the largest single increase in the budget. Can you tell us how that was achieved this year, the reduction? Was it a reduction in workforce or a reduction in premiums? How did that work?
Yes. You're more fluid.
This is on page 17.
So there's actually been a huge change in the health insurance. We had planned on for 2 guys coming in with a family plan, not knowing what they were going to be hired and, taking on for plans. And they ended up, one did not take health insurance. The other one took a single plan. One of the workers left who was on a family plan, so that decreased that. There's another position that has no health insurance in it, so that decreased that family plan as well. And somebody else also changed to a single plan. So a lot of deductions going on for health insurance.
Oh. Hello, Jake.
Jake Urato, South Newfane. I'm wondering the additional $10,000 for the sheriffs, is it possible, instead of having them in our town a random 3 hours more a week, is it possible to stockpile those hours, and instead of having to call the state police in the event of emergency, maybe we could call the sheriff instead whenever it's an emergency? And
just come up to the podium.
The sheriff works through contracted hours, so we sign a new contract each July or just ahead of July when our fiscal year starts. So we can't really hold that number year to year or stockpile the money or have them on demand as it goes, unfortunately. But moving forward, maybe that will be an opportunity for us as the regional policing thing comes online. That's pretty exciting. I'm really excited for us to have more continuity, which means like if they're in Putney or if they're in Jamaica, they will come if there's a call faster and sooner than the state police currently do for their average response time. That's something that they currently can't do because they are held by contract in their specific towns and have to achieve those hours. I hope that's helpful.
Is there any, yes, Jesse.
Hello, Jesse Anderson, Newfane.
Thank
Page
you.
64, excess expenditures over appropriations. It's almost $900,000. I assume that's some kind of one-off accounting thing. It's all paid for by revenues. So I guess curious, is that number going to go down this year? Why is it even there?
Page 64. So some of the 888,000 is part of our budget stabilization reserves, and some of that is from FEMA money that we received back. We should have most of the FEMA money except for the admin fees right now. So this will probably end surplus going forward in big chunks that we've been getting.
Is there any further discussion on Article 4? Hearing none, we'll move to vote on Article 4. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,913,785,000, of which $1,497,570,000 shall be raised by taxes, and 363,215 would by non-taxes, and 53,000 by general fund surplus. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 4 passes. Article 5, shall the voters of the Town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $497,000, of which $427,000 shall be raised by taxes, and $10,000 by non-tax revenues, and $60,000 by general fund surplus. Is there someone who would like to move that article? Thank you. And your name, please? Diane Eklund? Got that? Okay. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Second. Thank you. Second. Is there a second? Chris Trebert. Thank you. It's a collaborative effort. Is there any discussion? Okay. Hearing no discussion on Article 5, we will move to a vote. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $497,000, of which $427,000 will be raised by taxes and $10,000 by non-tax revenues and $60,000 by general fund surplus? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 5 passes. On to Article 6. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane authorize debt service fund expenditures of $61,144,000, of which $43,044 shall be raised by taxes and $100 by non-tax revenues and $18,000 by debt service fund surplus? Is there someone who would like to move that motion? Carol Hesselbach, thank you. Is there a second? Gloria Cristelli, thank you. Second. Is there any discussion of Article 6? Gloria.
It just seems odd to me that there's a one.
Can everyone hear Gloria? Is the mic, can you tap the mic and see if it's on? Yeah, it is on.
But you have to project into it directly.
Okay, can you
that's
hear
good.
me now?
That's good.
Yeah. Usually the mics get me too loud. I'm curious about a $100 sum in there. Can anybody explain why there's such a itsy bitsy teeny weeny funding?
The $100. $100 by non-tax revenue.
Oh, it just got applied because it's a non-tax, it's interest. So just to take it off there. Just an accounting thing.
Is there any further discussion on Article 6? Okay. We are ready to move to a vote. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane authorize debt service fund expenditures of $61,144,000, of which $43,044 shall be raised by taxes and $100 by non-tax revenues and $18,000 by debt service fund surplus? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Bless you. Article 6 passes. On to Article 7. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane raise by taxation the amount of $25,467, thank you, it's a good thing I don't have Melissa's job, of which $25,467 shall be raised by taxes for the annual excavator lease payment for FY 2027. Would someone like to move that motion? I heard a voice up here. Okay, could you state your name? I'm sorry, I don't know your name. William Berner. And is there a second? Tim Schaefer, thank you. Is there any discussion of Article 7? Yes, Dan. You have to really project if you're not going to use the mic.
I'm just wondering, I'm sure you got this figured out, but I wonder, can you share with us the rationale? It seems like a lot of money for a lease, but I'm assuming buying one is really a lot of money. Could you just tell us about the difference between leasing and owning?
What was the question?
Dan asked about the difference. It seems like a lot of money for a lease, but it's probably more expensive to buy one outright. But could you explain the difference? I'm not sure that I'm the person to answer that.
Todd would be the better person for this, Chris Cleverly, just so you know.
Melissa has them.
Okay, so this is the lease to buy, and we have budgeted for, we have planned for the purchase of the excavator in the next year or two. The next year will be finished for?
Yeah, like 3 or 4 more years.
3 or 4 more years. So this is a lease to buy.
Is there any further discussion? In that case, we will move towards voting on Article 7. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise by taxation the amount of $25,467, of which $25,467,000 shall be raised by taxes for the annual excavator lease payment for FY 2027. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 7 passes. Article 8, shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise by taxation the amount of $6,700 for $6,750. Thank you, Annetta. That's why she's behind me. For the Reappraisal Reserve Fund for FY 2027. Is there anyone who would like to move that motion? Could you please state your name? Allison Seeger. And is there a second? Second. Margaret Wimberger, thank you. Is there discussion on Article 8? Okay. Hearing none, we will move to a vote on Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise by taxation the amount of $6,750 for the Reappraisal Reserve Fund for FY 2027? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 8 passes. Representative Long has joined us, and if no one has any objections, I'd like to lay Article 9 on the table, which means put it aside. We'll pause. This is not a recess, and give, oh yes, and Senator Hassan, thank you. And give our representative and senator a chance to speak. Are there any objections? Okay, thank you. Emily, do you want to come forward first? Or you want to come together? Yeah, it's fine. And if you could use a mic, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, look, we both have one. Is this on? Oh, it is on. Okay, hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing us time to speak. I'll just say first, we work very closely together in the State House. So I'm glad that we both get to be up here in front of each other. Actually, we just ran into Senator Harrison, who was up in Townsend getting ready to go in as we were leaving Townsend. So she wanted us to let you know she's still hoping to come here as well. She's going to try to hit Newfane as well. So, but she was a little off our schedule. So I want to say two things that I said up in Townsend just now first, and then we can, I'll let Senator Hashim have the microphone for his speech, but I just wanted to say this has been a really tough winter. I just said this up in Townsend, and I just wanted to say thank you to our road crew in our town and our towns all over Vermont. This is not just they deserve that. It is not just a tough winter, both in weather and finances, but it's going to be a tough mud season, I think, too. It feels like it. So thank you to the road crews in all of our towns in Vermont. I also just wanted to say, and I shared this up in Townsend as well, we work really hard together up in Townsend, not just the Senate and the House, but amongst our parties up there. The divisions that we are feeling in our country all the time, political divisions, societal divisions, not saying they don't exist in Montpelier. Of course, they exist everywhere. But that's not how we operate. And I just wanted to let all of you know that we work very closely together, regardless of party up there, putting Vermonters first. And I can say that unequivocally about every member I serve with, all 180 of us. And so I just wanted y'all to know that hard as this time is, we still know what our job is, and that is to serve all of you. So I serve on the Education Committee, as many of you know already. And it has been probably the hardest. I've spent a number of years on the Education Committee, on and off the Education Committee. And I'd say this is probably the hardest one I've been through so far. We are nowhere near a final decision, I would say, on what we're going to do with Act 73, which is the bill that passed last year that I voted against. I know Nader will share that he also voted against it. But the bill passed, and we have to find a path forward. I remind my constituents all the time that as much as we want to support every single school and every single community around the state, we also have to make sure that Vermonters can afford to pay for their homes and their property taxes. So we're trying to find that balance. We're always trying to find that balance, and it has been a really tough slog. And I'll just say that our chair put, in the Education Committee in the House, put a bill on the table for us to, he called it a flawed bill, for us to fix and make it better, because he needed a starting point. And we left to come home for town meeting break with the acknowledgement that there was probably a 1-10-0 vote on that, meaning one person in favor and 10 against, because there's 11 of us on committee, because everyone has a different perspective about what we should do moving forward. So Nader will share with what's going on in the Senate. But I will say we're still committed to making sure that we are supporting our local schools, public education in the state of Vermont in whatever way we possibly can. And at the same time, make it as affordable as we can for our taxpayers in the state. So a couple other things before I turn it over to Nader. Healthcare. I know when I hold my constituent hours in all three towns I represent towns in Newfane and Marlboro. That's the number one, honestly, conversation happening, and it has us all really concerned. Healthcare does. But we're nibbling at the edges wherever we can, hoping that the federal government will step up and do the work that they need to do to make healthcare more accessible and more affordable. And in the meantime, we're doing what we can here in Vermont to try to achieve those goals. Housing is still remaining at the top of our conversations all the time. We've invested millions and millions of dollars in housing. We're starting to see some of the outcomes of the investments, But this is not an easy time, as you know, and housing costs also go up as we try to increase housing. So, and government accountability is also very important to us in the House, making sure that we're doing the job that we are elected to do and that the administration is implementing bills, laws that we pass in the way that we intended. So, all right, I'll turn it over to you, Nader.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. My name is Nader Hashim. I'm one of the senators for Windham County. And, you know, I first just want to start by saying that over the past couple of days, it's felt a little strange trying to put together all my thoughts, all the facts that I wanted to present at town meeting because, you know, on one hand, I'm looking at a screen, looking up tax information and judiciary information, and then on the other hand, I'm getting these just constant stream of notifications about different missiles and explosions happening in different parts of the world, and so it feels strange is really the only word that I can think of at the moment to describe it. But in situations like that, I remind myself that there are some things in life that we have control over, and then other things in life that we don't have control over. And the things that we do have control over, that's where our focus can be. It doesn't mean we're not paying attention to what's happening, but in order to overcome that stress, I remind myself that there are things within my grasp that I'm able to do, and it's not just for people in leadership positions. It's just everybody. I think it applies to everybody, and so just wanted to share that real quick. But so in terms of the things that I can do and that I have been doing this last legislative session. So in the Senate, we serve on two committees. In the afternoon, I do serve on the Education Committee, and in the morning, I'm the chair of the Judiciary Committee. And I'll touch on education first. So we're now in the second phase of Act 73, and we're at this moment in time where the legislature is expected to vote on a map, specifically a map that will reduce the number of districts and reduce the number of supervisory unions. And this is in contrast to the evidence and the data that we've gotten from the School Redistricting Task Force, which had non-legislators on it, but people with a strong background in education and education governance. And what they presented to us was that the cost savings really aren't there when you start merging districts. And it's also disruptive to both to students, teachers, and parents. And yet we are still moving forward on this path at the moment that appears that there will be mergers of districts. Now I want to say that I have a lot of hesitation about that because in everything that I do, I try to take this approach that whatever we're doing has to be data-driven and evidence-driven. And so what I try to remind my colleagues of is that we also need to focus on the actual cost drivers of property taxes, if that's what we're looking at. And one of those is health insurance and the cost of health care. While these are aspects that fall into other committees, it's still something that we have to keep at the top of our mind, while also keeping at the top of the priority the well-being and performance of students in our schools. That, when we're talking about education, that should always be at the top of the list, is how the students are doing. And so that's education in a nutshell. I don't want to take up too much time because we could be here for a while if we want to really get into education, but I'll shift gears over to my work in Senate Judiciary. What I've been hearing extensively over the last year and a half or so is, how is Vermont going to respond to the federal government? And at the beginning of our legislative session, we took up two bills that address primarily immigration-related issues. Those are 208 and 209. 208 is informally known as the masking bill, and 209 is known as the sensitive places bill. 208, in a nutshell, prohibits law enforcement from operating anonymously and from wearing masks while interacting with the public. In order to make this constitutional, it has to be non-discriminatory, meaning that it has to apply evenly and fairly to local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and federal agents as well. That is the pitfall that California found itself falling into, which is why their law had problems. Fortunately for us, we were able to watch what happened there and avoid the same mistakes that they made. 209 is the sensitive places bill. This prohibits immigration detainment in certain areas. It's a protection that we already have for courthouses, and we are expanding it to places of worship, hospitals, schools, polling places, and daycares, and social service facilities. Ironically, these protections were in place in the prior federal administration, but at the beginning of the year, these protections were removed, and we are putting them back into place in state law. So, thank you. So those two bills are in the House Judiciary Committee right now, and the governor has signaled his support for both of them, which I appreciate. Now, the other side of Senate Judiciary is much less exciting, but it is important. There's a lot of technical work that we do that, in my mind, helps to keep our courthouses, our judiciary functioning, and also improving efficiency. But it's like taking a pickaxe to a mountain and trying to make little changes here and there that address the day-to-day operations, how plea agreements are made, and clarifying language. And it's these little changes that aren't ever going to grab headlines, I think. But these are the little changes that I suspect are generally supported by whether it's the plaintiff side or the defendant side or the judges. There's generally consensus because these are changes that, again, are meant to make our courthouses operate more efficiently and more fairly. So that's really the work that I've been focusing on the past couple of months. And I will say that I'm going to leave behind a few little legislative updates. It has my contact information on there. If you're looking for more details, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, and I can get you those details, whether it's in my committee work or if you're curious about other bills that might be floating around in other committees. So again, thank you all for having me and letting us take up a couple of minutes of your time here.
I'll also just say I do go to the More Free Library, and I'm going to be up in Townsend too. And I'm at the More Free Library every month on the third Saturday of the month from 10:30 to 12. This month I will be also up in Townsend from 9 to 10. And I'm also in Marlboro. And all three places where I go, the folks who host me are always saying, anybody is welcome, come at any time. So if you can't make it to the Newfane one, you can go to Townsend or Marlboro as well. So.
Before I open it up for questions, I want to apologize, Senator Hashim. I addressed you incorrectly when you came in, and I'm very sorry.
No worries.
Are there any questions? Yes, in the back.
Henriette Mantel, Newfane, Vermont. I don't know if you guys are the ones that would answer this or not, but I'm wondering why the National Guard, that's the National Guard, from Vermont went over to Iran, and why, and who's in charge of that, and did all the states have to send their National Guard, or what's going on?
So the National Guard can be federalized by the president and essentially taken under the federal government's control. That's the short answer to your question.
That's true of National Guard, is what we've understood, that they can all be nationalized. That's part of what they agree to when they become a member of the National Guard.
Right, but did all the states, or did just the blue states have to send it?
So I certainly don't know if
question.
all the states, I think, different National Guard units have different assets like F-35s or search and rescue or, whatever it may be. And so I obviously don't know, I'm speculating, but I suspect the federal government looks at the different units and says, okay, we need F-35s, federalize those. We need, whatever other logistical, items that they need, federalize those.
Why isn't it called the International Guard?
Great question. Don't know.
Emmett?
I'm Adobe Williamsville. I'm Iranian American, second generation. My dad was born in Iran. I had family there. So there's the bill H355, which I realize you guys are senators, but if you can do, or you're in a house. Okay, great. So if you can do any advocacy or support for that, it would mean a lot to me as and I think that there's an argument against it as like this is not something under our jurisdiction, but I think that there is some vagueness in the rules, whatever, I don't know, the law. But the 10th Amendment says that like it's when there's any lack of clarity, it defaults to the state. And I think that this is the moment to like step up. And we see the federal administration testing the boundaries of what they can do, and I invite you guys to do the same.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I actually think we need to do that. So thank you.
Just to confirm that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to mention that's that's informally known as the Defend the Guard Act, right? Yeah. That's I did hear about that at the beginning. I believe it's in House Government Operations and Military Affairs. It is something that I've expressed my support for, and also just have to point out it's not often I meet a fellow Iranian American, so it's good to see you. Yeah.
The gentleman behind Bud, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Stevie Long, particularly for Senator Hashim, with regard to like the masking law, with Bill rather, it seems that we're living in a world where the federal government tries to overrule the states in a lot of ways. And of course, this is the supremacy clause of the Constitution, which allows for that. What do you think are the realistic chances for the practical enforcement of a law which the federal government may object to with regard, for example, to the masking or any other issue you might care to raise in many such issues? Is that a futile gesture, or is that going to have a real impact in the state of Vermont?
Great question. It's one that we spent a lot of time grappling with, because I'm not inclined to work on legislation that is going to be moot or futile. We had some great constitutional scholars come in to testify, and as I mentioned, we also did we avoided doing what California did with their law. The quick summary is that we are able to pass such a law under the 10th Amendment. The Supremacy Clause has one component of it known as intergovernmental immunity. And so we have to make sure that we're not discriminatory against the federal government. What California did was they passed a similar law, but they said California state police are exempt from this. They can wear masks, they can be anonymous. And the judge, when issuing their preliminary injunction, said, essentially, you can't do that. And so that's why 208, the masking bill here in Vermont, applies to all law enforcement. And it incidentally burdens the federal government, which we can do. It's similar to how we can also impose an income tax on federal employees. We can't say if you're a federal employee, you have to pay a higher tax. But if you're a federal employee, you got to pay a tax the same way any other employee would. There was one more point I wanted to make on that, and it's escaping my mind at the moment, but I think I covered most of it.
Well, he's thinking about that. I'll just follow up and say I wanted to make sure everyone knew that it did pass out of the House. Both bills passed out of the House. They're in the Senate House Judiciary Committee, and we had, as members of our body, we had thought we would be able to maybe get votes on it before town meeting in the House. We were unable to do that. The House Judiciary Committee just needs to do their due diligence, going through all the same work that the Senate Committee, Judiciary Committee did. But I'm hearing nothing but general support in the House as well. So.
Yes, there was one more piece I just wanted to add, is that we do include exceptions to this, to masking. So things that are entirely reasonable, like scuba diving. I hope everybody can agree that if you're an officer scuba diving, you can wear a mask, that's all right. And
cold weather?
Cold weather. Extreme cold weather. And undercover child sexual exploitation cases where the officers may be posing as a juvenile online or wearing a disguise to surveil somebody specifically for legitimate undercover child sexual exploitation cases. And that was the last point that I wanted to provide for that.
There were a couple of hands that shot up over here. Ken?
Ken, SD Newfane. We know in the state address that Phil Scott basically threatened the legislature with what was the budget veto. Meanwhile, from your own account, House Education Committee, Senate, so internally within the Senate, internally within the House, and then once both the House and Senate figure it out, then they have to get together. It seems, I guess the question is, what is the bigger threat? The budget? Basically threat, or we don't go forward with Act 73 this year. It just feels like you're being put on the spot by the governor, and the governor seems to be like, hey, figure it out.
I think that's a really good assessment, and thank you for the question. It has been incredibly frustrating for me. As you all know, I spent 8 years in leadership. But I'm no longer in leadership, so I'm going to be a little more free to say how I feel about this, which I say bring it on. I mean, we are going to do due diligence on Act 73 one way or the other from my perspective. And I think our Education Committee in the House, and I'm sure in the Senate, are feeling the same way. I think it was ill-conceived for the governor to threaten us at the very beginning, to say that if we didn't do what he wanted, which essentially, just so everyone understands, Act 73 came out of a bill, H 454, which really was written by the governor and the administration. Now, we rewrote it, of course, but it was proposed by the administration. So, that being said, there are many things that we're trying to address, and we use that vehicle to address them. But tying this to the budget is very frustrating for me. And I don't think that I hear no one in the House who's saying, oh, well, we shouldn't do this because the governor's going to veto the budget. If he vetoes the budget, it's on him, not on us. And we're working really hard, just so you all know, on the budget. It's in appropriations, and we're doing everything we can. We have very little extra money this year. In years past, we've had many millions of dollars of revenue that we have enjoyed over the years. This year, I heard anecdotally, we have about $3 million for discretionary spending, and for after the basics are accommodated. So we're in a really tough time right now. So I know you want to
I'll just add a little bit there. I'm very well summarized. I'll just say, every year we get threatened by the governor with something, and so we're a little desensitized to it because it just kind of feels like a toxic relationship now at this point. One of my big concerns is, we've been through this before with Act 46 and forced consolidation, and that was supposed to save money. And now we're here a number of years later talking about forced consolidation, saying it's going to save money. And the data in both instances has shown it won't save money, and it's going to be disruptive. And so, again, my concern is that if we move forward in this capacity of forced mergers, 5 years down the road, we're once again going to be in another place where we're saying well, I guess we got to merge more more districts now. And that is a feedback loop that I would like to avoid.
Annie?
Annie Landberger, Williamsville. Thank you guys for all your hard work on this, and given the lack of revenue from our Canadian friends coming in to spend your money here, et cetera, God knows you've got the work cut out for you. As a retired educator, I wonder to what degree you've been able to address not the symptom, but the cause. I know a lot of young people would love to live in Vermont, but it's unaffordable. If more, and we also know that the birth rates are dropping because why bring a baby into this world? But anyway, to what degree can you interface with, economic development and housing, et cetera, to start to really look at the cause rather than band-aiding the symptom?
Yeah, we do interface often, and it's funny because, well, it's not funny, but it's, we often have these conversations where we start, peeling back all the layers of the onion, and then we get to the fact that, hey, it's housing, or hey, it's health insurance, or the cost of healthcare. And, we're having those conversations in the education committee, and chairs and committees get understandably possessive of their jurisdiction, because it wouldn't make sense for the education committee to start passing out healthcare reform. And so it's something that we're often discussing, and once we start veering too much into the other topic, then we have to come back and focus again on education policy, or whether it's school policies or governance policy. But it's 100%, maybe not 100%, but it's a hefty percent of us needing more housing, affordable housing, and just needing more people in Vermont. And we have made significant investments both in childcare but also in housing over the last few years. And the challenge, though, is that those investments will take time to see the return on investment. But we have invested quite a lot in early childcare and housing as well.
And I would add on to agree with everything Nader just shared, but I would also add on that as we're, the thing that people keep saying to me about Act 73 is, why is public education and our schools being punished for the challenges or being forced to deal with the challenges that are so much more broad? So your point is so well taken. Healthcare is such a huge part of the costs of education. There's no doubt about it. It's also a huge part of the cost of our lives right now. And so access to it is really critical. But there are, the childcare piece is huge. But we do have to make Vermont more affordable. It is very concerning to us to see the lack of students. I'll just give you the example of Marlboro, who is dealing with today a vote whether they're going to close their school or not. And I have been to one meeting after another in Marlboro and watched the pain that they are going through. And I really mean that. It's on everybody's face. It's in their lives. They're a very isolated community. They don't have a school next door to them. And so, but the reason where they're going through this, Act 73 has an impact, sure, but it isn't the real driver. It's that they have almost no children coming into their lower grades. They cannot any longer educationally maintain a program in their schools. That is really concerning. Now, of course, Marlboro College closed a few years ago, and that made a difference. But I will say, there are paths through Act 73 that I can see that I'm trying to move forward that don't necessarily involve immediate redistricting of any form. We can do a package. The House passed the bill last year with an extra year of implementation on it. When it went through the Senate and then the Committee of Conference, it was reduced by a year. I think we need that extra year. First of all, I felt it when we were in the House. I voted against it and still felt we needed that extra year. So I'm looking for the extra year. But there are also tax policy packages that we can approve right now before Act 73 is fully implemented, and I'm pushing for this to happen in one of them. I leave it to the Ways and Means Committee, and we have a very strong chair from Brattleboro on the Ways and Means Committee, so I have confidence in their ability to do the work. But one of the pieces is the way we're proposing in Act 73 to separate the non-residential into different categories. And one of the categories is right now, we have non-residential, which includes our businesses, which we need to give a stabilized tax rate for. Our small businesses, especially in the state, need a stabilized tax rate. They get that right now in our current formula. But second homeowners are also part of non-residential. If we separate them, we can actually tax second homeowners a little higher than we do with the stabilized business tax rate. Yeah, so we're going to move that forward. I'm determined we can do that this year, even if we don't fully implement Act 73. So that is just one example of a bunch of other things that I'd like to see us do to move us forward with Act 73 without the disruption that our schools are really going through right now that Nader had talked about. So thank you.
There's quite a bit of interest, more questions. How are you both doing on time? It's almost 10:30.
I do have to get to Dover for 11, so maybe 5 to 10 more minutes.
Okay.
You good?
Yep.
I'll also leave my contact information if folks want to follow up with me.
Great, thanks.
We're always available.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Behind Tony Powling, purple scarf. You were next.
Riley Kingman, South Newfane. I echo Annie's gratitude for the work that you do, and I'll be super brief. I just want to put on the radar of you folks, AI, data privacy, and the construction of data centers. That is one of the things that keeps me up at 3 in the morning among all the other things we discussed today.
Thank you. You're right. I will just briefly mention my colleague and close friend, Senator White, is working on legislation specifically for data centers and AI in Vermont. The current state of that bill, I'm not sure off the top of my head, but it is being looked at.
Yeah, the energy they take is phenomenal. And it's not, we absolutely have to be on top of this. So we agree.
Bob, I see your hand, but Katie had a question before you.
I have a quick question. They have mics. So I'm just going to project really loud. Can everyone hear me? Great. We hear everyone talking about healthcare costs increasing and that being like a driving force of why education is so high. Is there a tangible percent increase or number attached to that that you could share with us?
The health insurance increase?
Yes.
Historically, it's gone up by double digits. The changes that we made last year regarding prescription pricing and also what the Green Mountain Care Board did with UVM that was charging 400% higher than what they should have been charging.
That was Act 55.
Yes, that one. That brought 88 million back into the fold, and so Blue Cross Blue Shield's their rate increase, I believe, was 2% because of some of those changes. It's still an increase, and Blue Cross Blue Shield is still in a tenuous position, but the 2% was better than the 20% or so that they got last year. But that still gets, we still have an issue, generally speaking, that health insurance shouldn't be run by for-profit industries.
I think it was 7. I think it was 7% this year. Am I right? I think it was 7%.
I'm not sure.
It's been in double digits every year, but I think it was 7 this year, which is still high, right?
Yes.
But maybe not even as high as what some of you are experiencing on the Health Connect, Vermont Health Connect.
I see some more hands up. I suggest that we say thank you and goodbye to Senator Hashim so you don't have a stressful drive.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry I have to jet a few minutes early. I will leave a bunch of these updates over there on that table, if that's okay, and my email address is on there, and actually, okay, I'll leave them up here. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Those updates, again, are right here. So again, thank you all for having me, and enjoy the rest of your town meeting.
I know there were some other folks who had questions. Because Emily does have time every so often where folks can meet with her at the library or you can reach out to her, and because it's 10:30, and because snow is coming at some point, I am going to make an executive decision that we move back to the warrant articles.
Bravo.
We left off on Article 9. Excuse me, Emily, I did not properly thank you for coming and for your time and for your work at the State House, so thank you. Article 9, shall the voters of the Town of Newfane approve the transfer of general fund surplus in the amount of $350,000 to the Capital Reserve Fund? Is there someone who would like to move that motion? I saw Doris's hand first. Doris Knechtel. Is there a second? Tom Bedell, thank you. Is there any discussion on Article 9? Annie.
Annie Vandenberger, Williamsville. I'm sorry I didn't catch this when we were talking about.
Could you please use the mic? Thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't catch this when we were talking about Article 5, but I just want to know under capital expenses what on page 23 the sidewalk crosswalk installation expense of $40,000 is for.
Annie, unless that's germane to the transfer of funds to the Capital Reserve Fund, that would not be a relevant question.
Even though it's capital expenses? No?
It can be germane.
Okay. It can't. Melissa says it can be germane.
Okay. I just wanted an answer, just a quickie.
So a lot of times when the grants come in, we have to pay the whole entire grant up front, and then reimbursement could come in anywhere from a few months to 2 years later, and that's also what creates a lot of these surplus. So a lot of times I kind of call this like the roll-in money. We move it over into the capital, save up for the sidewalk grant, and this year we have a engineering company for around $150,000 that's going to be put towards this money. But also they are buying a grader, which I think that's coming in next year. Yeah, the grader is coming in fiscal year 26-27, so this will also help to purchase that.
So sidewalks where? That's all I want to know.
Newfane Village.
I see.
There was a grant that they received for the Newfane Village.
I know that sometimes the town moderator can seem rigid, that part of the town moderator's job is to make sure that we all adhere to Robert's Rules of Order in order to proceed in a fair and orderly way. So Annie, even a quick question, if it's not germane, is not permissible. So I just wanted to explain that. Any other further discussion on Article 9? Okay, we're ready to move to a vote. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane approve the transfer of general fund surplus in the amount of $350,000 to the Capital Reserve Fund? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Article 9 passes. Now we move on to Articles 10 through 39. Part of my role as town moderator is to avail you of as many Robert's Rules of Order tools as possible. There is something, and I'm not putting in a plug for this, I'm just letting you know that there is a tool called a consent agenda where someone can move to bundle articles. And that is, there's no debate, and that goes right to a vote. So I'm just saying, if there's anyone who feels like there are articles 10 to 39 that would be conducive to a consent agenda, that is a tool you have at your disposal. Article 10, yes.
I move that Articles 10 through 39 be considered as a consent agenda and move forward as a single slate.
So could you state your name again, please?
Sorry, Jody French.
And I heard Tom's Bedell's name for a second. And as I said, there's no debate, right to a vote. So everyone who is in favor of voting on Articles 10 through 39 all together, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. So Articles 10 through 39 are approved or passed.
No, it's passed that they would be considered as a single slate.
I'm sorry.
Not that the dollar amount.
I'm sorry, you're correct.
And so now I would move that the town of Newfane appropriate the sum of $42,435 as itemized in Articles 10 through 39 as a special appropriation.
Thank you. I heard a voice. Can you remind me of your name?
Tim Bornell.
Seconded that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Was that? Open for discussion. I knew that I was missing something. Thank you. Is there any discussion on Articles 10 through 39, which total a special appropriations of $42,435? And because it's consent agenda, you're able to discuss any of the articles 10 through 39. We're not going to go, we don't have to go one by one. So I saw a hand up in front.
That was my question.
Okay.
Each one can be discussed if necessary.
If necessary, yes. So does anyone have any comments or questions about any of the articles 10 through 39? Yes, could you please state your name and come up to the mic? Thank you.
My name is Joyce Ingrossi. I'm with Newfane, Vermont. And I have a question on Article 24, what a restorative community practice of Vermont. Is that part of a nonprofit organization? It is. Okay.
That's your question?
Yeah, and I was just wondering what is actually the restorative community practice of Vermont?
If there is no objection, I would turn to Dan DeWalt to answer that question. Okay, Dan?
I can sit.
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Restorative community practice.
Could you please state your name?
Oh, I'm Dan DeWalt of South Newfane. I'm on the board of Restorative Community Practices of Vermont. Can I address the audience?
You're supposed to address the.
So the Restorative Community Practices of Vermont does conflict resolution services for anyone, and we provide these services for free. So, for instance, at Leland and Gray, we've worked extensively with different classes, with discipline issues and teaching issues and conflict resolution. We do training for people to learn how to do this work and to learn how to facilitate restorative circles. And restorative practice is basically similar to what you and your sister referenced at the beginning of the meeting, which is learning how to really listen to what people are saying, be curious about why they're saying it, and for people to be able to understand themselves and to be given a space where they can really explore themselves so they understand why they are feeling the way they are. And then we facilitate conversations so people can come to strategies that fix that conflict resolution. So we've worked with the Brattleboro School, we've worked with Leland and Gray, we work with anyone who calls and asks us. We have a training session, which actually starts the next week on Thursday nights. So we've been doing this around the county, and the fact that our lessons are on Zoom, bigger than that. But we offer this service for free. And the money that you folks have given us has gone to pay for, we have a contract worker who does basically like administrative assistance work, but all of the teachers, all of the board members, all the officers of the organization, all are volunteers, and no money goes to any of them.
Ken.
Ken, SD Newfane. So I'd like to thank the Select Board for your careful, considered deliberation around these articles. And I see that this money of $42,000, I don't have the report in front of me, but around $42,000 is absolutely an investment in our future, our common good, our well-being. And as a percentage of the overall budget, it's somewhere around 2.5%. So I think we're being penny wise and we're being pound wise. And I do thank the Select Board for all the work that you did, because you have to look at those reports. You have people coming into the meetings. So you've carefully considered this, and we do thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Yes, Tessa.
Hello, moderator. Hi, everyone. Thank you all. So my name's Tessa Anderson, and I just wanted to mention that I wanted to thank everyone for their continued support of both the NewBrook parent-teacher organization, which does some really fantastic work around the school, like enrichment for the kids at NewBrook, and we built like new playground equipment and just really helping them have a good experience at school. And I'm also the program coordinator for West River Valley Thrives. And I wanted to tell you, in case you don't know about that organization, it's really fantastic. And we are a coalition that focuses on just helping the community be healthy and supporting wellness in the community, with a special focus on teen drug and alcohol use prevention. So if you'd like to know more about Thrives, we are having a dinner this Thursday at VEMSA at 5:30. So if you want to come and get some lasagna, it's free, and you can learn more about us. And come talk to me after if you have any questions. Thank you so much, everyone. Vermont EMS Academy. It's right next to the tavern, or the inn that's being renovated on Route 30. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Katie.
For anybody who is new to Newfane, in your town report, we have a special appropriations section starting on page 104. It's different every year, but every single one of the appropriations is listed there with their intention, with their overall expenditures each year, how many Newfane residents are helped by those programs, and a brief overview of all of the things that they do. And those are available. We ask that every single one of them does that and provide them to you, so you have some of that background information going forward.
Yes. Could you please come to the mic? Thank you. And state your name.
Hi, I'm Beckley Gaudette from Newfane, and I just want to take an opportunity to introduce myself. I'm the librarian at the Moore Free Library, and I want to thank everybody, all the voters here. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. I want to thank you all for considering a contribution to the Moore Free Library, and also make a pitch that we have more than books. We have meeting space to offer anybody who has a meeting that they want to offer the public. So come on down, visit us. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor regarding appropriating funds for any of the organizations listed in Articles 10 through 39? Okay, hearing none. I'll repeat the motion, and I have checked with Melissa and Juanetta about the wording. This is what you're going to be voting on. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane appropriate a total of $42,435,000. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Boy, I'm not doing well with numbers today. $42,435,000. Oh my gosh. Either I need coffee or a new prescription, which I'm waiting for. Let me try one more time. Shall voters of the Town of Newfane make a total appropriation of $42,435 for the organizations referenced in Articles 10 through 39? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion passes. The ayes have it, the motion passes. Okay. That's like town meeting on speed dial. Okay, so now that is the end of the appropriations section of the warning. And we move to Article 40. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Katie pointed out that Senator Harrison has joined us. And if there are no objections, I'd like to lay Article 40 on the table, put it aside, so that Senator Harrison can address us. Okay, hearing no objections. If you could come to the front, that would be great.
Great, thank you. This is a very supportive crowd, so thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to speak to you. So I'm going to keep it brief. I am happy to answer any questions that you'd like. So you probably know senators serve on 2 committees in the legislature. I'm chair of Institutions Committee, and I serve on the Transportation Committee. And in the Transportation Committee, we're focusing a lot on towns because we realize that towns have a difficult time being able to pay for roads. We found that the state aid is only 6% of what towns average maintaining the roads, and that's with paved roads and not paved roads. And we have a lot of not paved roads, unpaved roads, gravel roads in our area, which is generally a good thing, but they're expensive too. So I just want you to know, and for folks to be alert, that we're working on a local option tax that the town would need to implement that would be for roads, and it would be a local option sales tax. So that's coming up. I want to let you know about existing local option taxes because internet sales are now included in those taxes. So if you're interested in that, you no longer need to do a charter change. You can just do that as a town meeting. I also want to let you know that I saw some interest in the County and Regional Governance Committee work, and I serve on that committee. And what that committee is looking at is making local government, as in county government, more efficient and effective. My goal in being on that committee is not to put a barrier between the state and the local communities. I think that's really special in Vermont, how accessible the state is to the towns. And I'm going to make sure that we don't hinder that. But we have a lot of agencies and entities that are actually doing state work, but not as state employees. The state contracts for a lot of things. And I think that I and others think that those entities could be better served or more effective if they work together. They all have folks who are doing personnel, and they have financial people, and we could have some efficiencies there. And more importantly, they would interact with each other. Like, for example, the transit agencies and the mental health agencies and hospitals. We've been having joint meetings of committees this year, which I think is really helpful because the committees are by area, like transportation, for example, and transportation impacts healthcare. And so we've had meetings with the Transportation Committee and the Healthcare Committee talking together about how we get people to their appointments, because there's a big issue. And that it might sound like an easy thing to do, but it's not an easy thing to do. But we're getting somewhere because we're having these committees overlap, which I think is really good. And so that's that one. And I want just a detail thing that I don't think is getting around enough is that in the Home Act a couple of years ago, we put in a provision that's called duplexes by right. So what that means is that if you have a single family home, or if your lot is zoned single family, you can, by state law, have a duplex on that property. And what the reason the state did this was obviously we need more housing, and that's a good way to get more housing with minimal environmental impacts. But it's also a way for Vermonters to have another source of income, or a place where you can have older family members or younger family members who want a separate space. So I just want to make sure everybody knows about that because it's important. And congratulations on you're making progress on the sidewalk and crosswalk over on Route 30. So if anything goes south on that, please let me know because we're having some. Okay, thanks. We're having issues. The transportation budget is $33 million in deficit, which means that we're losing $100 million of matching funds, federal funds. So some projects are being cut, and they're being cut without a lot of public knowledge. So that's a problem. Okay. I'm happy to take questions if anyone wants.
Okay, great. Are there questions for Senator Harrison? Yes. Breeze?
Breeze Burnett, Waynesville. I'm wondering if the state continues to look at an overall treatment of roads like in Waynesville, so mixed down. You know, we've done a lot of work. We actually had some funding last year, thank you to the Selectboard, they install a one-speed bump, which probably is not going to be all that effective. The money came out last May, it still hasn't been installed. But it's always on my mind, and I should see where people put dips in the road. There's no policy to go through dips. So the question is that being looked at all? It's probably pretty low on the radar when they're boosting your funding.
No, actually, it's high on our radar. The Transportation Committee, we have 5 members, and we all, when we started this year, we talked about our priorities, and every single one of us said safety. So safety is critical. And we're having more accidents, and especially pedestrian issues. So certainly, no, it's high on the list. And we're looking at cameras. There's privacy concerns, which I work on that in my other committee. But there are ways to enforce speed limits that way, remotely, basically. So we are looking at that.
Annie?
And whenever everyone, so just a quick question. How can we keep tabs on your work? Is there a place online where we can see what the results of your work are?
Sure. And when you say, the Senate or me in particular, I've provided a handout so that you can see what I'm working on. You can watch every day if you want. We're on camera every day, which is challenging in both of our committees. So that's a way to watch. You can see what bills we endorsed or supported, or so. Like for example, I did a bill to keep corporate money out of elections. There were 2 of us on that bill, and it could actually happen. It's a state. It would just be Vermont state corporations, but corporations are created by the state, and the state decides what corporations can do. And so we are planning on, the bill proposes to take off of that list support for political services, which would be amazing if we can do that. Yeah. No, I'm psyched about that one.
Stevie, did you want to say something? Yeah?
Stevie Hall, what do you think the prospects are for limiting through state legislation the use and presence of AI in the state? In the apparent opposition of the opposition of the federal government, it seems. But I sense that there are other people in the audience here who are concerned about what it might mean in Vermont, and I just wonder how much power you feel the state has to put sort of brakes on that.
Thank you. It's a great question. It's a huge topic, and my committee took over jurisdiction of IT generally because we didn't have a specific place for that in the Senate. AI is challenging because they're trying to do a federal preemption where they say that the states don't have authority. So if they say the states don't have authority, that's obviously a challenge. We could still pass a law and see where it goes. We did pass a law last year, Kids Code, which I'm pretty proud of. It requires that internet companies can't allow things that are currently happening to hurt our children, hurting them physically and mentally, not just taking up their time, that they cannot do that. It goes into effect next January. We gave it some time to so that folks who thought that there might be issues could identify those issues for businesses. There aren't going to be issues for businesses because these are big companies. These are the examples of the harm are Snapchat, for example. They allow older men who are pedophiles to connect with young girls. Their preferred age range is middle school kids. Instagram it's horrible, but children are actually killing themselves. I'm sorry to tell you that, but it's true, and we don't hear about it enough. But that's happening, and the internet companies know it's happening. They're finally getting sued for it. Our bill is something that will help folks get sued for it and have a liability, and so then stop it, presumably. I don't want to say more just because it's really sad. But they know what they're doing, and this bill will stop them from doing that. Yeah.
Yes, could you, just a housekeeping thing. Juanetta and I don't know all of you, unfortunately, and for the purposes of town meeting minutes, everybody's name needs to be in the minutes. So if you could all say your name loudly enough and slowly enough so both Juanetta and I can hear, that would be great.
Sure. Hi, I have a question. My name is Ramsey Demeter. I'm a voter of Newfane. And I was just curious, as we speak of some of these larger issues affecting the world or the country, I think there's some people in this room that would just rather talk about strictly local issues, only roads. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to speak a little bit about the connection between the local, the national, the global, just kind of generally speaking, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Like, why are things happening across the world important here in Newfane? Or why are data centers important here in Newfane? I think some people have those connections, and it might be nice to hear from an authority instead of some nervous guy getting
No, you're right. I was going to go on a democracy rant because some of us are giving up on democracy at the federal level, which is horrendous, and democracy like this is amazing. I mean, you are here to decide how your daily life is going to be. And this doesn't exist in places outside of New England. You probably know that. I hope you know that. It's very special. Each town is completely different, and you're different each meeting too. Each year you're different. So that's it's so precious to have a functional democracy. I live in Brattleboro. We have a ballot today to get rid of town meeting, and that's going to be really sad for me if and a lot of others if that happens, because you don't get it back. Because this takes work, right? I mean, sometimes you're here all day, sometimes 2 days, but it's worth it. So democracy is worth it. Thank you. At a state level, we're pretty good at democracy. It could be better, but we are there in person, talking to each other. There's a lot of lobbyists. Like with the data stuff, the lobbyists are all around. They won't talk to us in committee. I was talking about how we're on camera in committee all day. The lobbyists, the Google guy was there last year, and he would talk to me in the hall, but he wouldn't talk to me in committee. So that's what you see. I mean, and the corporations, they're really used to getting their way. But if we stand up for that to them, they don't get their way. I mean, we have the power. We have the power now, and we, in theory, have the power on a federal level. But we haven't used our power, and that's my opinion. For years, some people just don't vote intentionally, but we got to get it back. I hope people wake up. If this doesn't wake people up, I don't know what will. It's scary. I don't know if that's the answer that you want. Okay.
The person in the back, you're backlit, so I'm sorry, I can't see your face.
Hi, my name's Steve Anderson. I just wanted to coattail on that. I look around this room, and there aren't very many young people here. And they're inheriting all of these issues. So I just wanted to speak to encourage people to encourage the young people to get involved in this. Because democracy only works if you show up.
I agree with you. And just I talked to somebody just, 20 minutes ago in Townsend, and they were happy to see young people because there were more young people at that meeting than there had been in the past. But I agree.
Jay?
Jay Urano, South Newfane, on his subject. How about moving it to Saturday where people don't have to work? I stayed out of it for years until I was retired. This is my third one in a row. But I ran a business in Brattleboro and I couldn't make it. I couldn't pull away from my customers and use the money.
Right.
So there's always the option of getting a petition signed and submitting it, and so that if that's an issue you would like the town to debate, it could be in next year's warning for town meeting.
And just other things. Can
Okay.
I follow up on that? Just
yes, please.
So some things that towns do, they hold it on Saturdays. You can have childcare. Brattleboro did that. We've had childcare, and it's important to make sure that people can physically get there. So transportation is important too. Obviously, an accessible building, which you already have to do. But there are a lot of things you can do.
Bill?
Well, Bill Gunther, got questions about FEMA. We got turned down 2 months ago. When the cable got hit last spring in the little town of Sutton. Okay, let's speak up. About FEMA turning us down 2 months ago for our disaster issues up, it was pretty much all up Kingdom last year. July 10th seems to be a bad day. And we got turned down. That little town of Sutton, I don't even think they got 500 people in Sutton. They got nuked. And no federal money coming in. So does the transportation committee have any plans? Are there shifts and funds? I mean, got to fix the roads, but we don't have the federal money coming in. And they get $1 million.
Right. And hopefully that's not going to be a standard response from FEMA. That was hopefully a one-off, but you can't count on that. The legislature put aside $50 million for problems from the federal government. So they may be looking at, I'm not in that area, but they may be looking at using some of that funding for that. And there is transportation funding that we could be using, but we're not. There's something called transportation investment bonds, and we just paid them all off. And I'm advocating for looking at that again because there's things that are happening now that need work, and if we don't fix the roads now, it's just going to get worse and more expensive. So in the long run,
Professional bonds, would they be municipal bonds?
Those would be state bonds. Yeah, because the state has a fair amount of bonding capacity, and we have more bonding capacity than we're using because so many of the projects that we have funded are delayed, mostly because of COVID, and BGS has been just really busy.
Yes, Tom. And I know it seems like people are projecting, but it is hard to hear. So I would ask you to either really project or use the mic.
New subject. I wanted to ask about the governor's return to work order for state employees. This order is effectively making it impossible for people from southern Vermont to apply for state jobs. It's an affordability and cost of living issue for people who live here and are already employees of the state, having to go back and forth to Montpelier a minimum of 2 or 3 times a week, 2 hours each way. It essentially is closing out employment opportunities in this town at the state level. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on that or working on that.
It's not in any of my committees, and I don't even think that there's a bill. My recollection is that there was a determination that is under the governor's authority, and the legislature doesn't have a place in that. One area that might come in my committee is that there's concerns about the areas that they leased, the office spaces that they leased, and that could come in my committee. So I'm alert to that. I don't think that would solve the problem, but it would be more of a financial issue when it came to my committee.
As a follow-up, could I ask, can the legislature get involved in determine the rule that says employees have to travel all over the country, not just the regional offices?
I don't know that answer. Generally, the governor is like the mayor, or the governor's basically the boss, right? That position is in charge of the operations, and the legislature is in charge of making or changing laws. So we have very different roles. So I don't know, but I can find out.
Any additional questions for Senator Harrison? Okay, well, thank you for your time, your service, and stuff.
Thank you.
Before we get back to the warned articles, people standing, I know there are folks who don't like to sit in front. If maybe someone here could bring those 3 chairs over to the side without blocking an egress out of the building. We have to be careful with terms of fire. And then for folks who are standing in the back there, yes, thank you, Joyce. There are a couple seats right here. There's a seat on the second row. You can handle it, Tom. I'd also like to recognize Austin Rice, who is in charge of all the audio for today. Austin, thank you very much for being here, and the video, AV. Yeah, thank you so much, and is a local resident. And we also wanted the select board and I and the town clerk and treasurer wanted to take this opportunity to make sure everybody knows when the school budget vote is. And that's going to be on, Katie, you want to?
Sure. Just to reiterate the messages of democracy, process, and civic duty, the school budget vote is separate from our town budget, and it will be on Wednesday, April 8th at NewBrook Fire Department for the poll from 9 to 7 p.m. Absentee ballots will be possible, but the ballots are not yet available. And I would encourage all of you to please go and vote. I'm already preaching to the choir because you're here. However, last year we had an abysmal turnout. Only 50 residents voted, and only 250 for the entire school district voted. So please, please, please show up every time you're asked to vote. Thanks.
Okay, yes. Could you please state your name?
Susan, I'm just curious when those absentee ballots will be available?
I'm not sure yet. I haven't heard from the district.
Okay.
I'll put it on the front porch form as soon as they're available.
I'm sorry?
I'll put it on the front porch form as soon as it's available.
So when the absentee ballots physically get to the town clerk's office, Wanetta will post that on Front Porch Forum. Okay, back to warned articles. Article 40 is where we left off. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane exempt from taxation all real property of the NewBrook Volunteer Fire Association Station Number 1, building and land, more or less 1.6 acres, for a period of 5 years pursuant to 32 Vermont State Statute 3840. Is there anyone who would like to move that? Thank you, Neil. A second? Oh, Tony Powling. Is there discussion of Article 40? Yes. And I know you already introduced yourself, but you need to do it again.
Ron Steger from Newfane. And I just wanted to ask approximately what is the value of that land and how does that compare to the total grand list?
Doris. We have a property value question. Could you? Gotcha. I'm sorry, but you could ask any of the listers on a regular day.
Doris, we can't hear you.
Doris said every 5 years there's reappraisal, and that's currently happening, so the value will change some.
Because they're state-owned, or they're town-owned properties.
Okay, so exemptions are good for 5 years, and this is the 5th year, so it's coming back up again.
Any further discussion on Article 40? Okay, hearing none. Article 40, shall the voters of the town of Newfane exempt from taxation all real property of the NewBrook Volunteer Fire Association Station Number 1 building and land, more or less 1.6 acres, for a period of 5 years pursuant of 32 Vermont State Statute 3840. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Article 40 is approved. Article 41, shall the voters of the town of Newfane exempt from taxation all real property of the NewBrook Volunteer Fire Association's Number 2 building and land, approximately 1/4 acre, for period of 5 years pursuant to 32 Vermont State Statute 3840. Would someone like to move that? Neil Pelsu. Thank you. And a second? Tessa Anderson. What? Is there any discussion of Article 41? Okay. Hearing. Yes? Yes, Gloria.
Gloria Cristelli, is this the Williamsville? Yes. Okay.
I love that everybody's curious and wants to know what they're voting on. That's a good thing. Any other discussion regarding Article 41? Yes, Breeze.
I'm curious.
Could you say your name into the mic?
Breeze Verdant. Yes, I'm curious why we're doing this. Why is the fire department's land taxable anyway? Seems like you're taxing one part of the town and paying it to the other part. It doesn't make any sense to me. Can somebody explain it, please?
Are you able to explain it?
And sorry to waste more time on it.
I missed the middle part of your question, so
I'm just saying, why is this happening? Why it's a fire department? It's the town's fire department. Why is there an issue of taxation to them?
So, is a fire department person here to speak? Right. Would you come to the mic and say that? I think people know that, but maybe some don't.
Bob Litchfield from Newfane. The town does not own either building. We pay for it. We raise all the money to run it.
Can you speak right into the mic? Sorry, Bob.
And the town has nothing to do with it. So we just want to be able to get the taxes taken away to help save costs. NewBrook Fire Department and the Williamsville Station.
To paraphrase, NewBrook Fire Department is not a municipal function. It is a private organization. And so they're built, we, the town of Newfane, do not own the land.
It's owned by the members.
Excuse me 1 second. Ken had it. Ken?
Ken, SD Newfane. I'm certainly in support of this, these articles. Just curious, has Newfane been taxing these properties prior, or is this a renewal that's always been in place?
Yes, first, yes, just a second, please. this is number of the select board members said that this is a renewal of something that's been in existence. And yes, would you like to address this?
Hi, Erica Walsh from Newfane.
We can't hear you. Could you-
Erica Walsh from Newfane. Is that
Yes,
loud
thank you.
enough? I happened to be at the Bennington Town meeting last night, and this was a similar thing came up with nonprofits being this being the 5-year renewal for them being exempt from town taxes, their property. And the question was asked to the Bennington Select Board, and the answer was that previous to this year, nonprofits have been granted exemptions from their real property from the state. And starting this year, the 26-27 tax year, it's down to the towns now to do that. And so I think it was on a 5-year schedule with the state granting the exemptions, and now it's down to each town, and whatever year the exemption ran out on, it's now up to the town voters in each town to decide on that. So I would suspect that next year there will also be, whatever other nonprofits own real estate in the town of Newfane, they'll be up for renewal in that 5-year period. That's reporting from Bennington.
Would anyone on the select board like to speak to that point?
You want me to read the?
Yes. Sure. Yes, Chris?
Hello. So this is the actual statute. When a society or body of persons associated for a charitable purpose in whole or in part, including fraternal organizations, volunteer fire and ambulance or rescue companies, owns real estate used exclusively for the purpose of such society, body, or organizations, such real estate may be exempt from taxation either in whole or in part for a period not exceeding 10 years, if the town so votes. Upon the expiration of the exemption, the town may vote additional periods of exemption not exceeding 5 years each. That's what 32 VSA subsection 3840 actually says.
And thank you, Chris. And that is why this has come up and you were asked to vote on Article 40. And then it's the same idea. Article 41 is also extending this period of exemption, which is allowed under state statute. Is there further discussion of Article 41? Okay, yes. Jesse? Could you please use the mic? Thank you.
We're getting a wireless next year.
Yes, there'll be a wireless mic next year.
Yeah, I'm the treasurer of the Williamsville Cemetery Association, and I'm just wondering if we're going to get a tax bill.
No.
Are there any other discussion of Article 40? Jesse, were you looking for an answer, or was that a tongue-in-cheek? Okay, I'm going to take that as no further discussion. Article 41, shall the voters of the town of Newfane exempt from taxation all real property of the NewBrook Volunteer Fire Association, number 2, building and land, approximately quarter of an acre, for a period of 5 years pursuant of 32 Vermont State Statute 3840. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Okay, on to Article 42. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane approve relocating future town meetings to the NewBrook Fire Department and/or NewBrook Elementary School? Is there someone who would like to move that motion? Yes? Dick, could you please use the mic? Thank you. And while you probably don't need an introduction or to introduce yourself, if you could for the record, that would be great.
Thank you.
And feel free to take the mic off the stand.
Yeah, it might be easier. I'm Dick Merrick from Newfane. I thought I knew what this article meant when I first read it, and I thought it was an issue that's come up before and will probably keep coming up periodically every 7 or 8 or 9 years. But I realized that I really don't understand it. And Emily being here will appreciate the fact that incoming legislators are told a couple of things that they ought to bear in mind. One is words have their ordinary and plain meaning and should be used that way and understood that way. And secondly, don't ever, ever, ever use and or. Because the effect of and or, although it seems like a nice little phrase, it negates everything you're trying to say. The example they gave us when I started was, I'm going to have a hot dog and or a Coke for lunch. What does that mean? It means 3 entirely different and self-contradictory things. I'm going to have a hot dog, I'm going to have a hot dog and Coke, or I'm just going to have a Coke. And when we're drafting proposals, either legislative or articles, it is really important to keep the discussion understandable and focused, that we ask one question. This is a little like the hot dog and the Coke. It asks 3 questions. Will we have future town meetings at the NewBrook Fire Department and or NewBrook Elementary School? That is consistent with 3 different meetings. We're going to have them at NewBrook Fire Department, we're going to have them at the NewBrook Elementary School, or we're going to have it at both of them. I can't understand it, and I don't think we can vote on it. I think it is remediable. I could probably do what I think the intent is in about a sentence, but that sentence isn't here in the article that we're being asked to vote on. So I think it makes sense, and I understand through the grapevine that there are other things that are going to come up yet at this meeting. I think it would make sense to allow the people proposing this to bring it back before a future town meeting in a form that is clear and understandable. Because
So Dick, what is the motion that you would like to make?
My motion is that we postpone considering this article indefinitely, which will afford the drafters time to bring it back in a clear, clean form, telling us what they want to do and how it's going to be done. Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely Article 42. That requires a second. Is there a second? Annie Landenberger. This can be debated, the motion to postpone indefinitely. There can be no amendments to the motion to postpone indefinitely, and it will require a majority vote. So the question that is up for discussion is, shall Article 42 be postponed indefinitely? Dick, did I say that correctly? Okay. Shall Article 42 be postponed indefinitely? And it's been seconded, and now it can be discussed. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this Dick's motion? Okay, then hearing none, we can move to a vote.
I have a question.
Yes, Tom.
Where did the motion come from in the first place? From the Selectboard or?
No, from
the article.
Oh, the article.
It was presented to the select. It was presented to the select board as an idea because of the aging community that we have, the traffic issues that have been mentioned in Williamsville, and the parking off-street. So the article was written to either take it to NewBrook Fire Department or to allow us to switch between NewBrook Fire Department and the school, which also has off-road parking.
Yes, Henrietta.
Henrietta Town of Newfane, Vermont. I think that his article is what we should be talking about, because if we're gonna talk about if we're gonna vote on.
We are talking
What she
about.
just addressed was like pushing what that was about.
Yes, it's an excellent point of order. You are correct. And I was going to clarify that the discussion now is about the motion to postpone indefinitely, i.e. not vote on this article at all. That's what we're discussing, not the merits of or the downsides of the original article. Did that clear it up for you? Okay. Yeah, thank you. So is there anyone who would, yes, Margaret.
Margaret Wimberger from South Newfane. How is that?
Good.
I think that we should not postpone the voting on the amendment, because I think it's clear what the intent is and we can amend the wording. Can we do that instead?
Yes, there could be a vote to postpone on the motion to postpone indefinitely that does not pass. Then we go back to Article 42 as it's written, and someone could offer an amendment on Article 42. That's another way to handle it.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion about the motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely, meaning not talk about Article 42 today? Any further discussion? Okay, so shall the voters of the town of Newfane postpone indefinitely discussion of Article 42? Dick, does that capture your intent? Okay. Was that? Postponing the vote. Okay. The decision that you're, yeah, Dick?
The motion says we will not consider Article 9.
Yes, not considering is a different way of saying postpone indefinitely. Postpone indefinitely is Robert's Rules of Order language, but it's, yeah, but not voting on it today. So the motion on the table that you're going to be voting on is whether to postpone indefinitely, i.e. not vote on Article 42 today. Is everyone clear on what you're voting on? Okay, it's fine to say no if you're confused. Robert's Rules of Order is confusing. Okay, so all those in favor of postponing indefinitely, meaning not discussing Article 42 today, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to postponing indefinitely or not discussing Article 42, please say nay. Nay. Okay, a division of the House has been called. That requires us to vote again, and everyone who is in first, if you're a yay, you will stand, and the people who are standing will be counted by Gloria and Carol, and then they will sit, and the folks who are opposed, the nays, will stand up, and they will be counted, and then we'll have a more accurate count. Is everyone clear on the process? Okay, so all those in favor of postponing indefinitely Article 42, meaning not discussing it today, not voting on it today, please stand up.
I want to bring this up for this article. Let's get through this one first. We're going to be here a while.
Please stay standing until the vote is concluded. Did you get the document? So, okay. 29 and 11, Winetta. Yeah. So 40 people stood up in support of postponing indefinitely a vote on Article 42. Now, all those opposed to postponing indefinitely or putting off today a vote on Article 42, please stand. And please stay standing until the vote is concluded.
Did you count?
It's a tie. It's a tie, and the moderator has the ability to break the tie. Vermont League of Counties, Cities, and Towns strongly discourages moderators from voting. Yes.
I had stepped out, and so my vote was not counted during the stand portion.
Okay.
So I had voted in the ayes category, and I voted in no.
Lynn, were you in the voting booth and therefore not counted? Lynn, it's a serious question. Were you in the voting booth and therefore not counted?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're at 41-41. Okay, democracy at work. Yes, Dan. Excuse me, could you speak up?
Well, if it's possible, I would change my vote from a yea to a nay and allow it to continue. I voted to cancel it. Change my vote.
I believe Dan's offer is unnecessary because I believe, even as the proponent of the motion, that a tie vote on a motion is a failure.
Is what? I still can't hear you. Is a
Failure.
a tie is considered a failure?
The motion fails. It does not pass on a tie.
Okay.
So I am humbly defeated.
Yes. So therefore, because a tie is a failure to approve, you will be able now to discuss and vote on Article 42. Everyone following? Yes. Okay, good job. Okay, so, yes.
If the first motion failed, I'm sorry, Michael Granger,
yes.
If the motion failed, is someone not allowed to make a motion now on the original article? So
Not now, but you're in about a minute and a half, there will be an opportunity to offer an amendment to the Article 42 as written. Does that answer your question? Okay. So, Article 42. Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane approve relocating future town meetings to the NewBrook Fire Department and/or the NewBrook Elementary School? Would someone move that motion? Okay, thank you. And is there a second? Steve Levine, did you get Ramsey?
Ramsey.
Yeah. Is there discussion? Yes, Katie.
So I think this is a wonderful idea, and I just want to throw out a little bit of caution that the town of Newfane doesn't own either building, and we need to get permission to see if this is even possible for us to do in the first place. So I'm just going to throw that out as a cautionary, let's pump the brakes a little.
Steve, could you please use the, I'm sorry, could you please use the mic? Maybe someone could bring it to that row.
Steve Levine, Town of Newfane does own the Williams Building.
So, yes, the two locations under discussion are the NewBrook Fire Department and the NewBrook School. There was not a question about ownership of the Grange, although it's good to know. Bruce.
Bruce Rosso, Williamsville, which I understand is part of Newfane.
Bruce, please speak up or use the mic.
Yes, I'll speak up.
And I'm sorry, but you need to address the moderator.
I propose an amendment to the motion to say, remove "and" from the article. And just leave "or." Does that satisfy the clarity?
That is one approach that cleanses clarity.
Okay.
Okay, I heard a second back there. Who was that? Both Lizetta and I are having trouble catching your name.
C.B. Hall.
C.B. Hall, thank you. C as in Charles, B as in boy.
Gotcha. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, great.
C.B. Hall. So there's a second, and so now what we're discussing is, shall the voters of the Town of Newfane approve relocating future town meetings to the NewBrook Fire Department or the NewBrook Elementary School?
Point of order?
Yes?
We're discussing whether the thing should be amended to say that. Correct?
We're not at the underlying question.
What's that?
We're not at the underlying question. We're simply voting on whether the article should be amended.
Oh, okay, good, thank you, that's a good point. Is there discussion on the amendment? Annie?
Annie Landenberger, Williamsville. I really wish we had Katie's point when we were doing the first vote, because the reality is just having the "or" leaves great ambiguity. Who makes the decision about where the meeting's going to be, when and how? The other issue is there's so much to talk about town meeting. We don't have young people here because we don't have childcare because people are working. I would like to see a bigger discussion of town meeting, not just microscoping in on this.
Hear, hear.
And I think that needs not to be done in 5 minutes, so, okay.
Any other discussion? Yes, Bob?
Bob Litchfield. Just gotta keep in mind, the town does own Williamsville, but it doesn't own Newbrook. You gotta get permission from the.
Right.
Yes, Lynn? Could you please stand up, state your name?
Williamsville, big boys. I don't think this makes it any clearer. Does that mean we're going to have it at one place or the other, or alternately at the other? I don't think that clears it up at all.
Yes, Tom?
Tom McKim, South Newfane. I also think it doesn't clarify whether we can no longer have it at the Union Hall and at Williamsville Hall.
Right, that too.
Any further discussion? Annie, did you want to say something?
Well, I guess to appoint an ad hoc committee to look at the town hall, the meeting in general, and recommend something that will be more inclusive for everybody, elders, young people, etc. That's what I wish would come out of it, and I have no idea what Roberts would say about that.
Roberts would say that we vote on the amendment on the right now, and if you don't like the way it's worded, you say nay, and then offer a different amendment to Article 42. No, because it's been amended, so we can't vote on it as it is currently stated. We have to vote on the proposed amendment. Yes?
Jody French, Newfane. I would ask if my friend Mr. Rosso would accept an amendment that Article 42 be amended to, shall the voters of the town of Newfane approve an ad hoc committee to consider whether future town meetings could be relocated to the NewBrook Fire Department or the NewBrook Elementary School.
So before I ask for a second, that
It's actually, I'm asking whether Mr. Rosso would accept my amendment to his amendment, which would change the amendment that's on the
yes,
floor.
a friendly amendment, and that is permissible.
If he and the person seconding agree.
I am actually against this. To vote on it. Clarify the language, and all we're talking about is removing the word "and," so that we can, as a community, decide whether we think it's a good idea, whether we think there should be a committee to study it, etc. What Andy said. I mean, I want to keep it the way it's been for years. I want to go back to these buildings that are just wonderful.
So Bruce.
We can vote on the amendment because I think it's a reasonable thing to ask. And I think the issue of parking is really important and it's a bigger issue.
Okay, so Joyce.
I am going to say no. I want to keep the amendment as I proposed it. And the vote right now is, are you in favor of removing "and" from the amendment?
From the article. Yeah. Yes, in the back. Okay, could you please state your name? Okay, there is no discussion. When someone has called the question, that is a way in Robert's Rules of Order of ending the debate. And we move right to a vote, correct?
Of the approval of the amendment.
Right. Yep. Okay. And so now we'll be voting on the amendment, and the amendment reads, yes?
We're voting on whether to vote on the question. We're voting on whether to do that.
Hold on 1 second, please. Yeah. Closing the discussion, which is effectively calling the question, is not open for discussion. Yeah, that's where I was headed. What's that?
You were jumping straight to a vote on the amendment, but the vote needs to be on whether to close debate, to close discussion.
Correct, that's where I was headed.
Okay.
Yep.
It wasn't how you worded it.
Okay, thank you for your input, which I take to heart. Okay, was there another parliamentarian in the room who would like to offer? No, I'm being serious. Okay, so calling the question is a way of ending discussion. As I said, that calling the question, the fact it's been called, must be seconded. And I didn't, okay, Tom Bedell? It cannot be amended, and it requires a 2/3 vote of the body. So, all those in favor, what? Someone said, Okay, all those in favor of ending discussion of the amendment to take "and" out of the original article, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to ending discussion of that amended article, please say nay. Okay, so we are ending discussion on the amendment, and the amendment states, the amended article, which is what states, shall the voters of the town of Newfane approve relocating future town meetings to the NewBrook Fire Department or NewBrook Elementary School. That's, everyone clear, that's what you're voting on. Okay, all those in, what?
So, point of clarification, we are voting
Correct.
Question itself, just whether to accept that amendment.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, it's good. Clarity is so important. We want to know what we're voting on. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. So Article 42 now reads, shall the voters of the Town of Newfane approve relocating future town meetings to the NewBrook Fire Department or NewBrook Elementary School? Is there any discussion of the amended article? Pete.
Pete Van Law, South Newfane. I hope you can all hear me still. I would move to amend by removing the slash as well.
So you all can appeal this decision, but I am going to make a decision that the amended article implies removal of the slash. My father was a grammar teacher, an English teacher. Yes, Annie. Yes, we're now discussing the proposed amendment, the proposed article, which has been amended.
Okay, Annie Landenberger, I don't know if I can, this is not my bailiwick, I don't know if I can make an amendment to really move for an ad hoc committee, but I would urge all of us to really think about the bigger issue here. It's not just about place, it's not just about time, it's about time and place and how we get more people here. And to me, that's not going to be solved today. Therefore, I hope that we can vote this down and then move to create a study committee on this.
Patty?
Patricia Johnson, Newfane. I propose that there needs to be a survey taken. We don't know by making the decision here. The people that aren't here are not having the voice. They're the people that we want to be here. So we need to have some sort of survey to see if by changing the location or the day or the time or the parking would make any difference to whether people are here or not.
Pete. Dick. Please speak as loudly as you can.
Well, I think Annie's suggestion makes a great deal of sense. There are views both ways on where town meeting should be held. We face this about every 8 or 9 years. It comes up over and over. I think it makes a great deal of sense to have a thoughtful, considered discussion, which was sort of the point I was trying to get at the beginning with my motion. But I couldn't understand what this amendment, what the original article did. So in that spirit, I would move that we amend the pending article by deleting it in its entirety and substituting that the voters of the town of Newfane determine that a special ad hoc committee shall be formed for the purpose of considering the time, location, and any other aspects of town meeting, that committee report back to the next town meeting. I would say parenthetically, not by motion, but parenthetically, that its proceedings can be open to everybody in the community, so everybody's input will be there. And that committee be appointed by the Selectboard with 5 members representing, if possible, both perspectives of where town meeting ought to be.
Dick, would you accept a friendly rewording of that motion? Okay, I'm going to just put it out there, and you, as the person bringing this up, can decide.
You clarify.
We can't discuss it until the motion has been finalized.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know you have something to say, but we can't move to discussion until it is, the motion is clear and seconded. So Dick, a possible slightly shorter version of that. No, I didn't. Could be the voters of the town of Newfane direct the select board to create an ad hoc committee to consider options for town meeting and bring a proposal back to town meeting in 2027. Well, Dick has to agree to it. Did it capture what you were trying to say? Okay.
So
And it's...
I make a motion in the form you just proposed.
Okay. Yes. I'm sorry, we're not allowed to what? No, I'm very clear on that from the information I've gotten from Vermont League of Cities and Towns. Town meeting is the legislative body for Newfane. The select board is the executive body for Newfane. So Newfane voters do have the right to direct the select board to take action on something.
We work for you.
What? I didn't catch that. Dan, you had your hand up? Okay. So, Pete, Pete, we're moving to discussion. Yes, we do. So, Annie, you seconded it, right?
I just want to be sure that public input is in there. That somehow the study done with public input, it's not just in a void.
Okay, let me try.
Carrot there, yeah. The input is sound.
So if somebody said to consider with public input.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. So I'm going to restate the motion so everybody's clear on what we're about to discuss. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane direct, am I going too fast? No. Direct the select board to create an ad hoc committee to seek public input regarding, Dick, could we say all aspects of town meeting?
Expanding the participation.
Okay, well, Dick is the person who made the motion, and and I have to, regarding the location, we did say the location of town meeting because that's what the article is about, but the select board has the authority to expand that. Okay, location and time.
Location and all other aspects of town meeting cover everything within
all other aspects.
To encourage greater participation or something.
Okay, everybody, thank you for being patient.
You're doing great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, this is a little backwards, but we could get really mired in Robert's Rules of Order. Is there any objection to my restating Dick's motion with a slight change of wording? Okay, thank you. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane direct the select board to create an ad hoc committee to seek public input regarding the location, time, and day of the week with the goal of maximizing participation. In town meeting, okay. Pete, is your question relevant to the wording of the motion? What? Pete, you had your hand up. Is what you are going to say related to the wording of the motion?
If you take a very rural approach to everything here, it is the responsibility of the board to set up town meetings. Let's leave it at that. They can set up a committee if they wish. They can do it themselves. I say, hands over, let the board go.
Okay, so I'm not going to call you out of order because you were our town moderator and did such an amazing job for so long, and you're an elder in the community. I am going to count that as a discussion point, even though we hadn't quite gotten there, but I think everyone registered your point. So the motion that we're about to discuss is currently worded as such. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane direct the select board to create an ad hoc committee to seek public input regarding the location, time, and day of the week of town meeting with the goal of maximizing participation in town meeting. Yes, Carol.
We have not voted to change the wording of that motion to that. So first we have to vote on changing the wording of the
Madam Moderator,
yes, Dick.
I would like to, as the proposer of the original motion, modify the motion in the form just because.
Okay.
The motion to be made by me to be accepted.
Okay, so Dick, as the person who originated the motion, has approved the language that I just read. So we should actually have another second. Is there a second for the new language? Ken Estes. Okay, now, Pete made the first comment about the current motion. Is there other discussion about the current motion on the table, the one that I just read? Yes, Carol.
Are we discussing the motion to change the wording and then we're going to discuss the motion?
No, because the originator of the motion accepted the change in wording. Yes.
You're still discussing a motion to amend the article. We're not discussing
suggestion. So first we have to vote on whether we're going to change the wording of the motion, and then we can vote on the new motion.
Dick, you...
I think the effect of where we are at the moment, at least in my mind, is my motion is that we strike the entirety of the current article and substitute the wording the moderator just read. That is the motion. Once we vote on that, then there would be discussion on whether or not the article as so amended should pass or not.
That's my understanding as well.
That's not what you just said.
Yeah, but this, just to clarify, this is not an amendment. The discussion to postpone indefinitely was shot down. And so then there was a discussion, and then Dick offered a change in the wording of the current article, which is what I just read, to strike the current wording and replace it with directing the select board to create a committee. Yes, CB.
Point of order again. This sounds like what legislation does sometimes. What's called a strike all, where you might change the number of the article, but the content is totally changed. Now, probably Emily can comment on this. That's legitimate under the legislative rules. should it be legitimate for a town meeting to be saying? It seems to me it is legitimate because it's germane to the original subject of the article. So that while it is eliminating most of the words that are in there, it is still an amendment and can be voted on as such.
Emily, would you like to weigh in?
In the legislature, we use Mason's. Dick knows this better than anybody. Mason's manual, not Robert's.
Point of order. I believe we're getting bogged down, and Mr. Merrick can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is a motion to amend, replacing the language in its entirety, and what's before us now is whether we as the voters accept his amended replaced question. And if that passes, then we discuss the question.
Correct. Yes, thank you. You stated that. Jesse, does this have to do with procedure? Okay.
I move the motion as last stated.
Okay. Jesse moved the motion as the motion, the article has been restated, and I agree with CB because it is germane. We are able to amend it. And we could, there's a world in which we could get very mired down in voting on amendments and then going back. Are there any objections to moving the discussion forward of the motion that strikes the current wording of Article 42 and directs the Select Board to create an ad hoc committee? Is there any objection to that being that what we're about to discuss? Yes, we have to discuss it first. Yeah, okay.
So, point of order. The question has been called, so we need to vote.
I did not hear anyone call the question.
He moved the question. And he called the question, which would shut off discussion of whether we accept Mr. Merrick's amendment to Article, I think we're on.
Yes, I simply didn't hear, Jesse, I didn't hear you call the question. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overlook it. What? Okay. So Jesse Anderson is calling the question. It does require a second. I saw Carol Ross's hand up first. When there is no debate when the question is called, and a 2/3 majority of the House is required. So, all those in favor of ending discussion of the reworded Article 42, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. So the article, so now we vote on the article.
Point of order. Now we vote on whether to accept Mr. Merrick's amendment, and then if that passes, we would vote on the amendment. We still have to vote to accept the amendment.
Yes, Dan?
I think that's true, but...
Excuse me, it's a little hard to hear when there's...
I think before we make that vote, we have discussion on the agenda.
No, we can't because the question was just called. The question was called. Discussion has ended on the revised language of Article 42.
Discuss the actual...
Point of order.
Yes, that's where I'm...
Yes. Where we are at the moment is needing to vote to accept or reject Mr. Merrick's amended language.
Yes.
And then we can discuss if necessary.
Yes. I don't always have a chance to say what's next before someone pops up, so, but we are on the same page. Okay. Amended Article 42 reads that the...
Article 42 to read.
What's that?
Shall Article 42 be amended as follows? And then we would text it.
Okay.
That would be
Yes. It's essentially doing the same thing, but you're right about the process. Shall the voter, but the amendment, Dick, replaced all of Article 42.
So the question is, shall we amend Article 42 as follows? Text. And then, if you don't vote on that, then we have a discussion on whether the article should have passed with that language. So,
But there's a motion on the table.
Shall we change the Article 42 to read as follows? What he said, we never voted on changing Article 42.
I know. Please be patient. Yes, thank you, Tom. You're absolutely correct.
Just a point of information from me, we've never done this before. Completely erasing an article by an amendment. So I think that's where we're getting ourselves.
Yes, it's not out. She's not out of order because it's a point of order, and I agree that this is new territory for many. So the amendment that you all are about to vote on is shall the voters of Newfane. Joyce?
No.
Just to point out, I'm not confused. As Tom said, I am taking time to make sure that the amendment is worded correctly. So if you can just all take a deep breath. Let me work it out with Winetta. I'll be right back. Okay, now Winetta and I have wording that we are comfortable with. Thank you for your patience. Shall the voters of Newfane, you all, amend Article 42 to read as follows? Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane direct the Selectboard to create an ad hoc committee to seek public input regarding the location, time, and day of the week of town meeting with the goal of maximizing public participation? Excuse me?
You previously ended it with in or at town meeting. Previous ratings, you mentioned it twice.
Okay.
I like it better.
Okay, I'm going to use my authority to put in town meeting twice. It doesn't change the intent of the amendment. It does add further clarification. Clarity is so important, as I keep saying. So I'm going to read it again. Shall the voters of Newfane amend Article 42 to read as follows? Shall the voters of the Town of Newfane direct the Selectboard to create an ad hoc committee to seek public input regarding the location, day, time, day, and day of the week of town meeting with the goal of maximizing public participation in town meeting? Everyone clear now? Okay. Great. Thank you for hanging in there. Okay, all those in favor of that amended, that what I just read, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. And the amended Article 42, as stated, passes.
Accepted the language, and now we vote on whether that language passes.
Excuse me, Dick?
We've amended the article.
Yeah.
That was a substantial. We now have the question.
Excuse me, I can't hear Dick if other people are talking.
Shall the article as amended pass?
Okay. Okay. Thank you, It's very helpful. You can keep going while I talk. Okay. Now that you all have approved the amendment to the article, now you're going to vote on the actual article as you all agreed to amend it. Okay? Fortunately, I see a lot of nodding heads. Jesse? Yes, please.
Me again. As a former select
Could you
board
please
member,
state your name?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
As a former select board member, I know how hard it is.
Your name, please.
What?
Your name, please.
Jesse Anderson, Williamsville. I know how hard it is to form committees. And as a former committee member, I don't know how I would approach trying to make a decision for the whole town.
Point of information.
Yep. We all agree that everyone's blood sugar levels are dropping, but I would very much like to bring to conclusion Article 42. Annie, is this a point of order?
No, are we discussing the article? We have to introduce it. I mean, Jesse just made a comment, so I thought we were discussing.
No, people jumped ahead a little bit. I need to read now the article as stated. And then we need a second, and then we can discuss it. Okay? Okay. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane direct the Selectboard to create an ad hoc committee to seek public input regarding the location, time, and day of the week of town meeting with the goal of maximizing public participation in town meeting? Is there a second? Oh, so moved, right, Tom moved. Right, that's, who moved the motion? Oh, Tom Bedell moved it, and a second. Ken Estes, okay. So now you can discuss, again, the motion that's on the table. Annie.
Annie Landenberger, Williamsville, to Jesse's point, with public input requires that public input be sought, be it through survey or through any other vehicle. So I wouldn't worry about that, but that's.
Yes.
Right, but that's.
And I caught your last name last time. I did not catch your first name.
Susan All, Newfane Village. I have a question about what happens. We've amended the language to direct for an ad hoc committee, correct? If that does not pass, then what happens? Like nothing happens in terms of moving the meeting, or it just gets, somebody has to bring it back up next year if they want it back on the right? Because the original language was completely stricken.
Right. Right.
So if, I just want to clarify, if we don't pass this,
Yes.
then it's up to someone to petition to put it back on the town
Correct.
meeting. Got it. Thank you.
Correct. Yes. Did everyone hear Susan's question and point? Yes.
Isn't it also possible that if the motion doesn't pass, the select board could take it up on their own and decide to handle it with forming a committee?
Yes, that is possible. I was responding to Susan's question about what the legislative body, what you all are able to do today, but that is correct. Is there further excuse me?
Call the questions.
Okay, who is that? Is there a second? Calling the question. The question's been called. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Lori Merrigan.
I still can't hear you.
Lori Merrigan.
This goes right to a vote, needs a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of calling the question, meaning ending discussion of the current Article 42, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Discussion has ended. And now we vote on the actual motion, or the revised article. Okay, you are about to vote on the following. Shall the voters of Newfane direct the Select Board to create an ad hoc committee to seek public input regarding the location, time, and day of the week of town meeting with the goal of maximizing participation in town meeting? If you think that's a good idea, you're going to say aye. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. Okay, the ayes have it. That passes. The Select Board. Okay. This is a perfect point for a break. This is not a recess. This is a recess, excuse me. Let's take 10 minutes. So please be back by, if you're going to take a walk or something, by 12:25, at 12:35, and we will pick up at Article 43. Well, hello again.
Kim, would you like me to walk the mic around?
Thank you. Ken just offered to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see familiar faces again.
Thank you so much.
Okay. We are now on Article 43, to transact any other business that may legally come before the town. Is there anyone who would like, and I want to clarify that anything that falls under Article 43, theoretically, the body doesn't vote, but if we do vote, the votes are non-binding because they were not warned. So I just want to make sure everybody's really clear on that. And I'm not trying to shut down discussion, just want the rules of the game to be clear to everybody. So, yes, Emmett. Did you want to bring something forward? And if someone has something to bring forward, if you could state it in the form of a motion, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Yes. So my name's Emmett Madavi, Williamsville. And for clarity,
You can take it out and hold it.
okay, I think I maybe need both hands just for this.
Okay.
I am on the board of Rural Vermont, which is a farming advocacy nonprofit in Vermont. And yes, so I would like to propose a non-binding resolution, which I have a bunch of copies of if anybody would like. Last year in May 2025, the Vermont Supreme Court overruled a municipal zoning exemption for farming in Vermont, which means the responsibility for zoning of farms went from the Vermont Agency of Agriculture to towns. So local planning commissions, select boards. So this means like disputes over land and all that kind of stuff is now the responsibility of these small towns. That also means for small scale farmers.
So according to Robert's Rules of Order, you need to make the motion, and then as the person, and it needs to be seconded, and then as the person making the motion or offering the resolution, then you have a chance to speak. You
okay.
as the
Thank you.
person
Yeah.
offering it has the first chance to speak.
Okay, so I'll read the proposed.
Sure. Is it the whole piece of paper?
No, I'm skipping the front page. And this is much faster. It'll
Okay. It's
I'll
going to
read
be
super
a lot for people to take in. Does everyone have copies?
I have 15 copies to pass out. Okay, it's the 2 pages.
Oh, yes. Could the town clerk have you
Oh.
a copy when you're finished?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Actually,
I can
it would be
give you a
good to-
copy and just read off of my phone.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's 2 pages.
It's just on the back of the first page,
Okay,
starting
I'd
at
like
the
to have a
whereas.
copy too. It's
Okay.
it's hard to do just visually.
To Kim, please.
Kim.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Whereas the 2025 Supreme Court ruling re 8 Taft Street DRB and NOV Appeals 2025 VT 27 provides municipalities new and broad zoning authority over farming, overturning decades of legal precedent and legislative intent, and creating uncertainty for farmers and new regulatory burdens for towns. Municipal officials are often not equipped with agricultural expertise to assess livestock density, nutrient management, or land sustainability, creating unnecessary administrative strain and legal risk. 3, without legislative clarification, Vermont risks a patchwork of local rules governing where and how food can be grown, what livestock may be raised, and whether small producers can sell their products. 4, small-scale farms and homesteaders, especially those under 4 acres or earning modest income, may be particularly vulnerable to inconsistent local regulation. 5, larger farms operating across multiple municipalities may also be particularly affected because they operate in a number of different zoning jurisdictions. 6, zoning administrators, development review boards, and select boards could face increased regulatory burdens, such as neighbor disputes, appeals, and enforcement costs. 7, agricultural oversight belongs with the Vermont Agency of Agriculture, Food, and Markets, where technical expertise and statewide consistency already exists. 8, restoring the municipal exemption and codifying a strong right to grow food, including livestock and the right to sell, protects farmers, relieves towns of unintended regulatory burdens and fairness across Vermont. Therefore, be it resolved that the Town of Newfane petitions the legislature of the state of Vermont to restore the municipal zoning exemptions for farming and ensure statewide consistency in the regulation of farming and agriculture under the authority and expertise of the Vermont Agency of Agriculture, Food, and Markets. Codify a right to grow food that explicitly includes livestock. Protect the right of Vermonters to grow, raise, produce, donate, and sell food they have produced. Relieve municipalities of unintended regulatory burdens resulting from judicial interpretation. Thank you.
Yeah. So given that we are in a non-binding portion of the meeting, and this is a resolution, That's very, very long to be a resolution. Could the whereases be considered background information and then the resolution starts with their, be it resolved? Okay. So Emmett moves that it be resolved that the town of Newfane petitions the legislature of the state of Vermont to, number one, restore the municipal zoning exemption for farming and ensure statewide consistency in the regulation of farming and agriculture under the authority and expertise of the Vermont Agency of Agriculture, Food, and Markets. Second, codify a right to grow food that explicitly includes livestock. Protect the right of Vermonters to grow, raise, produce, donate, and sell food they have produced. And relieve municipalities of unintended regulatory burdens resulting from judicial interpretation. Is there a second to that resolution? Get that, Ramsey? Yes. Ramsey? Mm-hmm. Is there any discussion of the resolution? Yes, sorry, 1 second. Emmett, actually, did you get to say everything you wanted to say about it? Okay. Yes, Ramsey. And Ken is going to assist with the mic.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi. So my question is just with these, this is a non-binding resolution, right? Is there any follow through? Like what happens next in that process? Were we to, say, pass it as a town, vote for it?
Emmett, could you speak to that? So once the resolution gets passed, then what? Is essentially, Ramsey, your question, yeah?
The news that Newfane has passed this non-binding resolution would be shared with the Vermont State Legislature, which can be handled not by the town. I can convey that information happily.
Yes, Chris.
My question is, does the select board need to participate in this non-binding resolution by drafting a letter to the legislature to say that we as the town of Newfane have approved this?
Emmett, was that your intention?
I don't think so. No. I think the fact that if we pass it, we have conveyed that message, and that new information will be shared without the town needing to, no burden on you guys. The goal is to lift the burden of like additional zoning responsibilities on the town. This is something that people with expertise, and like we shouldn't be asking every single town in Vermont to become experts on farming and the impacts of farming and the impacts on the environment and all of that.
I believe Chris was asking if this is passed, does the town of Newfane imply that the select board then has to petition the legislature? Is that
That was my question. I just wanted to know where with this passing, and I support it 100%. So everyone's clear about this. What is the expectation of the town, the executive branch, the administrators, the managers of the town? Is there an expectation for follow through to say, hey, or is this something that you're going to take upon yourself and tell the Vermont Digger that this happened? We have it on public record that it will pass or won't pass or whatever, but will you put an article in the Commons, or will the dissemination of the approval or disapproval of this, where does the dissemination, the responsibility for that, or the overall idea of what you're looking for, which is to tell the legislature, hands off, that's where I wanted the clarification. Is it going to, are you going to take care of this, or is this going to or do you want us, or do you want select board members or to petition the select board, or does the town need to do something?
Do you want to go? You go.
I think I can answer.
Rural Vermont can handle the dissemination of information.
Right. So part of that is just by us doing it, it has to be written down. It has to be sent to the state ledge, so they are automatically informed. And then further work can be done from your end, correct? Okay. Thank you.
Erica.
Thank you. Erica Welch, Newfane. The whole point of something being non-binding means you don't have to do anything with it as a body. So a non-binding resolution, which is everything that wasn't on the warning as an article, is non-binding. So the body of voters may approve it. You don't have to do anything as a select board. You would decide amongst yourselves whether you want to act on something that the voters approved of. And if the voters approve of it, you may write that letter, but you may write that letter, but you don't have to, because it's non-binding. If it's binding, you have to do it. And
yeah, so Eric is just reminding us that because we're in the non-binding part of the meeting, this body cannot direct the select board to do anything, as you could earlier. Henriette, I see your hand. Erica, the issue really was more what was meant by, it was clarification around what was meant by the town of Newfane. That's what I believe the question of clarification was around. Henriette.
Why did the Vermont Supreme, really?
Yes.
Why did the, oh boy. Why did the Supreme Court of the state of Vermont knock it down after so many years of it being the law? Like, what was their argument on the other side of this?
Emmett, would you like to respond?
I can try. I lack the full context, in all honesty. I believe there have been municipalities that take issue with, the proximity of farms to population centers, be it like smells or a chicken on the loose. So there, and if this is happening in a town like Barrie or Woodstock, not to name names, but like, a place that has like more money that might want to like benefit off of like the agricultural image of Vermont while not dealing with the problems that come along with that, or the challenges or complexities. Yeah.
Is there any further discussion of this resolution? For symbolic purposes, I will reread the resolution and then there will be a vote. Be it resolved that the town of Newfane petitions the legislature of the state of Vermont to restore the municipal zoning exemption for farming and ensure statewide consistency in the regulation of farming and agriculture under the authority and expertise of the Vermont Agency of Agriculture, Food, and Markets, number one. Number two, codify a right to grow food that explicitly includes livestock. Protect the right of Vermonters to grow, raise, produce, donate, and sell food they have produced. And lastly, relieve municipalities of unintended regulatory burdens resulting from judicial interpretation. All those in favor of that resolution say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The resolution passes on a symbolic vote. Is there any other business that, yes, Dan?
I would like town meeting to consider the following resolution. It's just one sentence. The people of Newfane condemn the terror and killing being perpetuated by ICE operatives and call on the U.S. Congress to defund and dismantle the agency as it now exists.
Yeah, Dan, could you please speak a little slower and a little louder?
The people of Newfane condemn the terror and killing being perpetuated by ICE operatives and call on the U.S. Congress to defund and dismantle the agency as it now exists.
And so you're offering that as a resolution? Yes. Is there a second to that resolution? And could you... Walter French. Is there any discussion of the resolution? Would anyone like Dan to read it again? Did everyone catch it? Okay. So I don't see any hands up. We will then move to a non-binding vote. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Excuse me?
Could you read it once more, please?
Could you
read it once more, please?
Yes, good point. Thank you, CB. And Dan, I'm sorry, I thought I brought a copy, but I don't have one. I technically need to read it.
Okay.
Thank you, CB. What? The resolution reads as such. The people of Newfane condemn the terror and murder. Okay, I'm reading what's here. The killing and murder being
It's a work in progress.
The terror and killing being perpetuated by ICE operatives and call on the U.S. Congress to defund and dismantle the agency as it now exists. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Division of the House has been called. So I'm going to reread. Dan, could you have a copy of it?
Dan, can we have your book again?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to reread the resolution, and then I will call on those who support and oppose it, and you will stand up, and you will be counted. Yeah. The people of Newfane condemn the terror and killing being perpetuated by ICE operatives and call on the U.S. Congress to defund and dismantle the agency as it now exists. All those in favor of that resolution, please stand and remain standing.
I just wanted to
Did you count everyone in the balcony?
Thank you.
30 people support the resolution. Thank you for standing for so long. And those of you who are opposed to the resolution, please stand. The resolution passes 30 yay, 11 nay. The yays have it. Is there any other business that anyone would like to bring before the town? Before we adjourn? Are there any announcements, Bill?
Yes, I have.
Okay, Bill and then Ken?
Not an announcement, but business before the town.
Oh, I'm sorry, then Bill, I didn't realize Ken had business before the town, so I'll come back to announcements. Thank you. Yes, Ken.
Ken SD Newfane, and I'd like to bring this before the town. The voters of Newfane condemn the unprovoked attack and start of an illegal and immoral war against Iran. We call on Congress to invoke the War Powers Act and call on the President to bring our troops home now.
It's very helpful if I, as the moderator and the town clerk, have a copy. So if you could write it out. Is there a second to that resolution? And who was that? Could you put your hand up? I don't see you. Oh, Austin Rice, yeah? Okay. Let us just catch up. Yep. Ken, may I keep this? May I keep this? Okay. Austin Rice seconded the resolution. Is there any discussion of the resolution? Yes. Could you please use the mic and identify yourself? Thank you, Ken.
Okay. Joyce Ingrossi, Newfane. I just have a question.
Could you repeat your last name again?
Singrossi? Yeah, one of the nose. I just had a question. Being new to the town, not new in the town, I've been here 10 years, but to the whole process. So at this point forward, is it not town business? Is it just whatever you want for international business, or I don't quite understand. Maybe you can clarify that for me.
I can, and this is a question that has come up at many town meetings. There are differing views on what is considered town business. There are folks who feel that what is happening elsewhere in the world, in the state, in the country, in the nation is relevant to town business, is in fact town business because eventually it trickles down. And then there are other folks who define what falls under other business more narrowly. Some towns have resolved that by having a warning on an article at town meeting that specifies what is permissible and what is not to bring up under other business. But this body does not have any such guidance in that respect. So there is a wide range of resolutions that are often brought up at this time.
So can a motion be made at any time to hold that at another time and another place?
And not at town meetings? Did I
There
make
would
that?
have to be, correct, Select Board, would you like to address that question?
I believe because this is Article 43, that to transact any other business that may legally come before the town, this has been warned So we're able to discuss these items here. However, they're not binding in the town is required to take action by being individually warned. So this is a package deal. So like with Articles 1 through 42, they were individually warned. Everyone had a chance to read through those. These are things that nobody has had a chance to read through, so they're non-binding. So that no one has a real chance to digest any of these resolutions that are coming. Is this an accurate description?
That is correct. And
Okay.
just to clarify, given the population of our town, one does have to get 15 signatures on a petition and get that petition in by the town clerk's deadline in order for something to be an actual article. That's
Legal voters, keep voters for a candidate petition to the other
It's in the upper 80s or lower 90s, somewhere in there.
Okay, I was corrected. The number of petition signatures a candidate needs, for example, when I have to run for town moderator every year, that's 15, but there's a higher percentage of voters' signatures that are needed for a petition to get something warned at town meeting. It's up closer to 80 or 90. Yeah.
Marion Dowling on the Select Board. This has been an issue that's been discussed for a few years already. And Melissa Brown, the treasurer, contacted VLCT, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, to get clarification about having discussions about things that have nothing to do specifically with Newfane. And that league, who consists of attorneys and legality in Vermont, said that it is legal to have conversations and discussions, and what we're doing now, about things that are not related to just the town of Newfane. And I think I had given you a copy of that, or did you have that the other night when you came over? Yeah, it was a letter from VLCT. So,
I'd love to have a copy. Please continue.
Okay, so basically, these conversations that are coming up now, which have nothing to do with the town of Newfane, are legal. And that's the bottom line, basically. Chris?
Chris White, Newfane. I just want to make sure that I understand if any of the articles or the other business is approved, it does not require anybody, the select board or anybody else, to do anything. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
To do any, what did you say?
Dan. Could you please use the mic and state your name?
Dan DeWalt, South Newfane. I would just like to say that we are in an extraordinary time. We have never experienced a lawless federal government to the extent that we have now. And we have a government which has declared war on its own people. We have a blockade against Cuba, which is an act of war, unauthorized by Congress. We have the commencement of full combat operations, quote from the president, in Iran, which has not done anything to us and poses no threat to us. We are living in an extreme time of illegality and terrible actions. And as a political body, even though we're small and insignificant in the big picture, I think that it's really incumbent upon us to act as a political body and let our voice be heard, that we adhere to the Constitution, that we condemn a federal government which has abandoned the Constitution, which has abandoned the rule of law, and which is defying the courts. And it sounds hyperbolic, but nothing less than this future of a republic is at stake. And we're facing really dire times, and I think that as much as it's uncomfortable to discuss issues that are controversial in town meeting, I think if we were not to do that, we would be shirking our duties as citizens and as Americans to fulfill our part of the social contract, which is we don't take an oath to defend the Constitution, but that's essentially what our job is as citizens. And I think that's what we're doing when we bring up resolutions like this. And I would urge us to vote in favor of this one as well.
Yes, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce Rosso, Williamsville, Newfane. There is a long tradition in our town meetings going back, because I remember, Jesse, we had this conversation about
Could you hold the mic closer?
about
to you?
Vermont Yankee. My point here is about the importance of town meeting, enduring, and the way in which we can discuss very difficult things civilly and have disagreements and know that these are non-binding discussions, and we are choosing to stay here to have these discussions with people that may disagree with us. In the case of Jesse, it was an issue about should we have Vermont Yankee, and Jesse made a passionate argument about the importance of safety and how everybody worked there was so dedicated to it, and it moved me. So that idea that we can speak to each other in a democracy, face to face, in the town of Newfane, and walk out of here as neighbors, walk out of here as people that care about each other, and that we have enough integrity and honesty and concern to disagree and still stay a community. That is really important to me. Thank you.
Yes, could you come to the mic and state your name, please?
I'm Vince Schuck from Newfane.
Bring it right up to your mouth, please.
Put it right up to my mouth.
Could you please restate your name with a mic close to your mouth?
I have 5 family members.
Sorry to interrupt you. Could you please state your name and then speak?
Okay.
Yeah.
Vince Schuck, Newfane.
Yep.
I have 5 family members who are in federal law enforcement, and I am so tired of you guys exaggerating what the hell is going on. These guys have to go to work in the morning, come home, go 50 miles out of the way to get home so somebody doesn't follow them or chase their kids down the street. If you want to have a discussion, I'm all for discussion, but don't exaggerate this crap. These people are working hard, and I take it personally insulting that my kids, I know how hard they work, and they have to deal with. Have a discussion. Fine, sit down, have a meeting, have a board discussion. But this coming out and throwing this crap out that these are killers and these are bad people is outrageous. And that's all I have to say.
I know this is a heated topic. I encourage all of us to speak as respectfully as possible. Tony, and then Katie.
Tony Powling, Newfane, and I want to say I have grandchildren, I have son-in-laws in the service, and they are protecting us all. They are all here, and some people are not speaking on my behalf. I feel our federal government is doing a wonderful job. They're trying to get things done that need to be done, and that is my opinion. And there's other people in this room that feel the same way. So there's some people in here that are not talking for all of us.
Katie?
just want to encourage everyone to frame their words as delicately as possible because we are talking about actual people who are involved in these circumstances, both on the receiving end of what's happening and the people who are serving. I very personally feel that. 23 years ago, I was in the Persian Gulf as we began bombing Iraq, and it's a very different feeling. My feelings are right with the service members who are suddenly in a situation that they don't have any say over, but they're in it, and vice versa. So just be delicate and in all of your words. We all have strong opinions. Thank you.
Also, just so Sam and then Susan and CB and Walter. I also just want to remind everybody that this is a call on Congress to invoke the War Powers Act. That's the focus of this resolution. So, Sam.
Sam Dutton, Williamsville. Just a bit of background and a disclaimer before I say anything. I'm a Marine Corps veteran and I'm a current serving member of the National Guard. Nothing I say reflects the official position of either of those institutions. First, I just want to remind everybody that the military and law enforcement organizations are non-political institutions. So the discussion of what to do about ICE or what to do about Iran in no way is whoever is bringing up those resolutions, in no way are they attacking current military or law enforcement members. They are attacking the political use of those institutions. As for my personal opinion on the war in Iran, I'd like to lend an additional perspective to the absolute immorality of it. I also think it's dangerous for our national security. We got sucked into the Middle East for the last 30 years and wasted however many resources there. And we're in danger of doing the same thing again. I think it's time for us to focus on different parts of the world, strengthening national security when it comes in respect to Russia and China, and leave the Middle East be, in my personal opinion.
Susan?
Susan All, Newfane. I just wanted to call out, to name that it's possible to hold multiple truths. So for me, I can hold that disagreement with the way that we were brought into this conflict in Iran, with the way that the current administration is behaving in a number of ways. And I can also hold the truth that I value members serving in our military. I have a nephew who is permanently disabled now from his service in Kabul. And I have a husband who is a veteran. And so I think it's really important for us to name that, right? That it does not have to mean that I am not in support of my neighbors who are serving if I am also not in support of what politicians and policymakers are doing in my name.
CB? Thank you, Ken. This is very helpful.
Yeah, hi. I'm kind of of two minds about this. The war is 3 days old.
Right up.
And
CB, could you please bring the mic to your mouth?
the war is 3 days old. And it's hard for me to understand the whole political context of it. It occurs to me that the nation has at times made huge sacrifices in defense of liberty. And that we could mention, I mean, the opposition to Nazism in Germany, or the current war in Ukraine, in which I very much support the Ukrainians, how much blood and treasure we're willing to pour into it. There's a limit, but there's also a recognition by the people who make the decisions and by the people who serve in the military that sometimes that sacrifice is called upon. I would love to see that Iranian regime wiped off the map. Do I want to see the United States get involved in a seemingly endless, multifaceted, incomprehensible war throughout the Middle East? No. But those two issues are very much in conflict with me. I think I'll probably abstain on the vote. I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. But I also want to recognize that ultimately it requires sacrifices of lives and of money and, you name it, in order to prevail against tyranny. That's all.
Walter?
Hi, Walter Hagedorn, representing the Lower Rock River District in Newfane. I just want to say, I just want to try to define, I think, a little bit what I think a town meeting is. I feel like town meeting should be about the governance of the town. I don't think we gathered here to talk about potholes in Pakistan or schools in Siberia or taxes in Taiwan. So, in my searching about the definition of a town meeting, I looked it up in Wikipedia. It says, town meeting is known as an open town meeting. It is a form of local government in which eligible town residents can directly participate in an assembly which determines the governance of their town. So, and then I said, I kind of went down a rabbit hole. And what are the purposes of a town meeting? At a town meeting, attendees determine the ordinances or rules of the town, its boards and commissions, elected appointed positions, capital investments, expenditures, budgets, and local taxation, as well as the manner and frequency of future town meetings. So I feel like that's why we are here, because we're doing town business, we're townspeople. The Selectboard is here serving the town. And I really just want to try to rein it in and not allow or just remind people that this isn't a soapbox for you to stand upon with your geopolitical views. I think we're here for the specific purpose of town business. I'm going to just finish this with one more definition that I looked up. Let's see, this is from Oxford Dictionary, and it's a definition of virtue signaling. Is the public expression of opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience or the moral correctness of one's position on a particular issue. Thank you.
So, can I just say one thing? So I want to remind everybody that the discussion is about the resolution, and discussing what is proper or appropriate to bring up in town meeting is not germane to the resolution. So Walter, I don't mean to slap your hands. It's just that there is, Robert's Rules of Order is really clear on that. So if you could please keep your comments related to the resolution, that would be great. And as I said earlier in the day, if anyone feels strongly enough about this, you could get petition signatures and get this on as an article on the warning for next year. Yes.
Hi, Dina Marger, Newfane, and I wanted to say I appreciate everyone for showing up and participating in their local democracy. And I'm wondering if this is one of those moments where it is possible, as a point of procedure, to call for a vote.
If you wanted to, you could call the question.
I don't think we're allowed to.
For resolutions?
No, sorry, I'm answering her.
Okay. So the question has been called, which means discussion. There needs a second. Yep. The woman, Allison what? Allison Seeger, the second? Who was the first? For the purposes of the minutes, could the person who called the question, please restate your name?
Dina Marger, Marger.
Thank you. So there's no discussion about this? And yes, there is discussion. It cannot be amended and will require a 2/3 vote when we get there. So is there any discussion on calling the question? I'm sorry, I stand corrected. It is not open for discussion. So we move to a vote. On calling the question. Yes, that's where I'm going. You guys are an eager bunch. So if you are in favor of ending discussion on the resolution having to do with this resolution, the voters of Newfane condemn the unprovoked attack and start of an illegal and immoral war against Iran. We call on Congress to invoke the War Powers Act and call on the President to bring our troops home now. If you would like to end discussion of that resolution, then you would say yay. If you would like to continue to discuss it, you would say nay. All those in favor of ending discussion, please say yay. Yay. All those in favor say nay. The ayes have it. Discussion is closed. And now we move to a non-binding vote on the resolution, which I'll read again. The voters of Newfane condemn the unprovoked attack and start of an illegal and immoral war against Iran. We call on Congress to invoke the War Powers Act and call on the President to bring our troops home now. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is passed. Is there any other business? Bill, I know you had an announcement. Is there any other business that would fall under? Oh, sorry, Marion.
No.
Can you use your mic, please?
Yes. I would just like to say some of the words about this meeting that has been held today. And I'm very, very impressed by how everybody has been working together in listening to each other and caring for what people have said with no animosity in this room. And the select board today does not have any authorization. We're not in charge of this meeting. It's Kim, who is the town moderator. But I do want to say that for the last few years, people have talked a lot about why town meeting. Some people want to make sure that town meeting is only about town issues, while there are other people who would want to include conversations about other things not having to do with Newfane. And just sitting here today and listening to how this meeting has been dealt with, I'm very impressed. I just think that we all have been great. We've all been good listeners. We're not arguing. And it's something that we could talk about at another time in terms of perhaps town meeting as it goes forward should only be about town discussions, and that there are 364 other days in the year that we could talk about other issues that are not prevalent to us. But I just want to say that from my own opinion, this has been a great meeting, and I thank Kim so much. She's an amazing moderator.
Thank you for your kind words, Marion. Bill, you've been very patient. You had an announcement you wanted to make about an hour ago.
Oh, actually, just a comment. Bill got the Newfane. I want to give a big shout out to the road crew. We're finally getting the winter like we used to get. Everybody thinks it's a terrible one, and this is what used to happen 25, 30 years ago. But they kept the road open, and I've been able to get out every day, and I don't live in the easiest place to get out of here. So, thanks to Jay and Chris.
Is there any other business that anyone would like to bring before the town?
Thank you very much.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. That was a CV and a second.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed and want to stay for another day say no. Thank you, everybody.